Hello and welcome back to Let Supreme Goes Thief. Today we are finally playing Rowena's Curse, which was the winner of the poll following the last ambiance competition suggested by Marble Man. So it seems like at least some of you want me to play this mission, and understandably so. It's good, it's old, from 2003. It's a classic Thief 2 mission by Lady Rowena, one of the most well-known authors in the community. And it's also very, very challenging, which might be one of the reasons why some of you want me to want to see me deal with those challenges. So we'll get into all the details of that. Let's hit new game, expert, and we're going to get all the information about the mission and these objectives once I read a letter, which is the first objective here. So I'll go over the objectives once we've done that. And then we'll talk about the mission. We start outside a wall, which is the sort of the barrier to the grounds that we're entering. And here are, seemingly we fell on top of a crate here, but the crate was already broken when we started, and it was just a sound cue that was played. So this isn't a bust. And here is the letter.
Damn.
We need to read, so let's do that. Mr. Garrett, I never would have thought that I would need your services, but sometimes life has a few surprises in store for you. Perhaps you've already heard of me making my daughter Isabella marry Lord Bafford's son Cedric. They went to live in the country, in the old mansion that belonged to Lord Bafford's great-grandfather. However, strange things have been happening in the last few months. Sheriff Truart's men were already there because of the mysterious disappearance of two maids. Isabella vanished a few days ago as well. I recently received a strange message from Barker, the caretaker. He is certain that Isabella is still alive, and he urges me to do something about it without even giving me any proof or explanations. Mr. Garrett, I want you to go there and find out what happened to my daughter. You will be well paid for your services, but if you manage to bring me back Isabella alive, you will receive such a reward that you will be able to retire for good. Start out by discovering what Barker knows, then find out what happened. I'm warning you now, I have no intention of letting Sheriff Truart know that I don't trust him and his men at all. He would not be pleased if he knew I recruited a thief to finish the job. He and his men cannot do. Therefore, if you are caught, I will not help you in any way, and I will deny any involvement. Good luck, Lord Carlisle. P.S. Isabella used to keep a diary. If you were able to find it, there should be some interesting information in it. Okay, so we have some characters here. Obviously, we have Lord Carlisle, and it's her or his daughter, Isabella, that we are trying to find. And she is marrying Cedric, which is Lord Bafford's son, and this is then their country estate, a mansion that has been inherited through Lord Bafford's ancestors. And we also have Barker, the caretaker, which seems to be a contact by Lord Carlisle that has some more information. And there are some of Truart's men then also on the ground. So we're getting introduced to some characters. There's a lot of character development and some characters to keep track of in this mission. So I'll try to keep the story straight. So that's what we have. So that ding there simply was that we completed this objective. So we have to find Lady Isabella's diary. We have to find out what Barker knows about this mysterious affair. We have to get at least 8,000 loot. Don't kill any humans. Take Lady Isabella out of the mansion through the front gate if she is still alive. And she is still alive, obviously. So we have to do that too. We're going to get quite a few more objectives as the story progresses. So let's take a look at our map. We are starting in sort of an outer courtyard. We can enter the basement, which we see right here. There's only one exit through the basement up to the courtyard. Takes us up here. And so in the southwest. This is a map that shows the entire outside grounds and also the ground floor of the main estate, which has dining room, sitting room, Wilson's room. We haven't been introduced to him yet. Storeroom, a library, there's a chapel and a sacristy that are connected to this as well. There's also a dungeon below. Outside there's front gate area, very well guarded. You have Barker's apartment and the mess hall close to where we emerge, and there's a cemetery in the southeast. This is the first floor of the main building, so there are some strange rooms here. White, yellow, and blue and red rooms, and also Rowena's room with some balconies. There's an interior courtyard here as well. And this is a staircase down to another basement that's not connected to the first basement that has the barracks that we saw. You come down here if you go from the main courtyard. Here's a sort of a furnace room and a wine cellar. There's exits to the garden and the kitchen, and also to part of the ground floor. And then the dungeon, you come down here, has a couple of cells in it. We're going to do something special down here, but that's about it. So it's kind of difficult to get into the main mansion for Supreme. We have to use, there's only one way, via the basement. So, of course, if you don't ghost, you can get in multiple ways. But I think we're going to go in one of the ways that is definitely intended. Maybe there's one other way that could be used. Okay, so we can pick up a few things here. We're gonna need our lockpicks. I am gonna take the compass as well. You don't, strictly speaking, need that, of course, but I am going to use it in explaining myself, and I like to have a compass available. So I don't... Plus, it's ours anyway. It obviously fell out when we jumped down here. And I'm actually going to take the blackjack. There's one specific reason why I'm going to do that, because I am going to need it. It's to avoid a bust. Now, this mission cannot be ghosted. We have to take, I believe it is 3 areas that we have to take severe busts. And it obviously cannot in a million miles be Supreme ghosted either. I will go through all the busts at the end, and I will always minimize the amount of Supreme busts. However, if we skip all the loot that we normally would skip for Supreme, we will end up below the loot goal of 8,000. There's only just over 9,000 available, so this is actually a very, very high percentage, even for expert. So we obviously can't end up below that. So I'm going to have to take some loot that will incur extra busts for Supreme anyway. And for regular Ghost, we can take all the loot. So because of that, I will actually take all the loot in this mission to show you how that's done for Ghost. Now, we can't successfully Supreme Ghost it, so that's kind of a moot point there. But it's cool to see that we can get all the loot, because some of it is very challenging to get. But I will, of course, explain. I will let you guys know which loot items you can't get for Supreme, or you shouldn't, and which ones I would suggest taking to get across the loot goal. With all that being said, let's get started. So we're not leaving anything here. You can't pick up the letter. We're going to drop in here to begin with. Here there are 5 water arrows. We are going to take 2 of those. We emerge in the that way. The turbine room, southeast in the old barracks basement. So here we have a note. After discovering a hole in the outer walls, the turbine room is now to be locked at all times. A sentry will also be placed to guard the door day and night. Lieutenant Wilson. So here we have Lieutenant Wilson. He's the lieutenant, probably the captain or the lieutenant of the guard. Alright. Now, I am playing this mission with a small DML. There is a bigger one that I did not implement because it changes things that will actually affect our ghost run. So I'm not going to do that because DMLs are just applied by fans. But I included a little one that I think will solve a problem using arrows in this mission. There's a bug in many older missions where if you use an arrow, the arrow just gets stuck in the air right in front of you. And you have to sometimes restart the whole mission. You have to exit the game and load up the save again after you restart. Not from the beginning, but in order to fix it. So I think the DML will fix that issue. There's also a problem with carrying things around, like boulders and barrels and things like that. That will be an issue that I hope that DML also will fix. I'm not sure, but we'll be able to deal with it no matter what. But so behind this door is a stationary guard, and we have to pick this open, and we will take our first Supreme Bust right here. Now there are also patrollers, and we got to make sure that we pick it so that they don't also alert. Because if they feed off of each other's alerts, they can actually second alert, and that'll be a ghost bust.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, so they heard that. Wait for one of the guards to move away here.
Alright, who's making the rocket?
There, I think that's good. They didn't second alert. So only 2 of them alerted there. I believe. So this guy here, we have to actually nudge him forward, which is another Supreme Bust. But it's necessary to leave. We can't blackjack him, obviously. I might actually wait a little bit. Oh no, now I did it, so I can't. So these 2 will not first alert anymore until they settle from the lockpicks, which will take a while. In this bathroom here, there are 3 more.
All right, what?
Okay, I got scooted forward there enough, so he saw me.
Yep.
There's 3 more water arrows in the wash basin in the bathroom. That, if you want to get it, you have to actually nudge this guy all the way in there, I guess, which is completely pointless. The other one is coming back now. Can't get past yet. So it starts with a bang here in terms of busts. So nudging like this is allowed for regular ghosts as a last resort.
You catch that?
Okay, so he... There we go. So you don't have to nudge him too much, but a little bit, and that is a Supreme Bust. Let's head in here. So we're now in the southwest barracks room. In these footlockers is a loaf and 5 broadhead arrows, I think. And there's a letter here. Jason, I wish I had taken your advice when you told me not to join the ranks of Sheriff Truard's guards. I shouldn't be stuck in this horrible place. We are staying in a filthy cellar with no lights or running water. There are lots of rats down here, and yesterday I also saw 2 big spiders. I can only hope that they are not venomous. Officially, we are here to investigate, but we aren't doing anything. All we're doing is patrolling the house day after day. The only good news is the new maid Lizette. I'm telling you, Jason, she is really something. If only you could see her. I'm quite fond of her. She is very charming. Maybe one day I will summon the courage and declare myself to her. I have many more things I wish to tell you, but I'm being summoned now. I'm on duty tonight. I shall write you soon with more news. Your friend, Willie. Okay. Nothing more in this room. There. Make a real save here. So we're coming up on the first piece of loot that we should skip for Supreme. Just in this room. Okay. I want to try to avoid... No. I want to try to avoid... There's 2 spiders in there, but there's footlocker in that corner of the room, behind these big crates, right next to a spider. You see him there? That we need to pick open. Walk over this table, we can do so. At least we should be able to. Go along the wall here. Can't do that. So we don't have to take a first alert from this guy, from the spider. Only from this spider down here. There.
Can't be too careful.
That's the settling remark from the other guard.
Someone say something.
And he hears when he passes the lockpicks from this, yeah. So this is what I mean. I will take the busts, only the one bust that I have to, in order to get all the loot in this mission. I think I've got a pretty good track of it. So here's a purse worth 100 here. We don't want to get that clang there. It's impossible to avoid that clang if you land on the barrel. But if you land on the edge of the barrel, then it's possible. Okay, that's what we can do.
Hey.
Let's see. Shouldn't have to. Try it up again here. Okay, good. Maybe we can't do that, okay? is how a lot of this mission is going to be. Tedious things, reloading. Very, very tough mission, but... So it's going to be a long one. I don't exactly know how long, but... We have to go all the way in to the corner there. There we go. We didn't get spotted there. It's kind of surprising, actually. Sort of have to go around the edges of the barrels, I guess. There we go. Okay. Not sure if we're safe here. I kind of don't think we are. We are. Good. So we got a settling remark there. Let's go in here. Nobody comes in here. Oh my goodness gracious me. So there's a total of 5 broadhead arrows in various footlockers in these rooms here. So I'm not going to take those, obviously. 3 stacks of copper coins. I think there's a noisemaker arrow in this one. One of these is empty and one has a noisemaker, and then this one is pickable and has loot. Yeah, another stack of copper coins, so that's 120. In this room, there's another pickable footlocker here. Stack of silver coins. And then there's a couple of more scrolls here that we can read. Oh, this was a broadhead, then it's got to be broadhead. And this is a bottle, so you don't want to take that, because then you draw it. Here's the scroll, that's it. I saw her. I still can't believe it, but I know I didn't imagine it. I saw her with my own 2 eyes. I was patrolling the garden when she suddenly appeared out of thin air. She seemed to be staring right through me, at my very soul. Her lips slowly curled into a wicked smile. It suddenly felt like all my muscles had turned to water. Those gleaming eyes, that evil smile. I was paralyzed with fear. When I finally snapped out of it, I ran away as fast as I could. I was heading in this direction when I ran into Barker. He asked me what had happened, but I just told him it was nothing. I just couldn't tell him. I can't tell anyone. They would all make fun of me if I told them what I saw. Oh, how I wish I could leave this cursed place. We don't need that. There's something happening on the ground that we need to figure out. Now that guard in the distance can see us again. So in here, we don't need to do anything right now. Here's the scroll. I saw Silas open his hiding place under the stairs. If I could only discover where he keeps the key. Silas, okay. So under the stairs is here. This is his hiding place. We need a key to open that. Another scroll. These damn nobles, they use golden plates to eat, whose value alone could be enough to feed a whole family for a month. I'm sure no one will notice if I take a few souvenirs along with me. I found a perfect hiding place under the stairs. Put all those souvenirs in there. I'll have to keep the key with me. So this is Silas then. We have to find Silas's key then in order to get those souvenirs. And some more broadheads. So we don't need to go into this room and pick any of those locks. We're gonna head up here. There. Okay. So let's make a real save here. We have now emerged in this little courtyard. So to the north of us, there's a guard looking in actually at Lizette. There's an open window. The maid's room is right beyond here, which is this. And we can move over to this area. These are double doors here and here into the mess hall. There's a guard right inside the northern set of those doors, staring straight at the door. So we have to use one of the side entrances. And we actually have to go through the mess hall in order to progress for Supreme. We're not going to do that just yet, but... wait for him to go down.
Someone making noise?
This is the front yard. Needless to say, impossible to go in there. So he sees us there. So we have to go a little bit slow. We gotta wait for this guard. There's a lot of guards that go through this door. I think 3 or 4 of them. And they have a strange loop. They go through this area here you can pass, into the mess hall, out through these double doors, and then back. And I think they go... I believe they go in through some gates here. And then further on here and around. So they make like almost like a figure 8. I think there's 3 or 4 of them. One of them is an archer with arrows, and one of them walks a little bit faster than all the others. So they will overlap and change the spacing between them eventually. The archer has arrows you can pick.
Hello?
There he is. So we gotta wait for the cavalry here. This is a very challenging mission because there are heavy patrols in pretty much every part of the mission, except for underground. Not so much on the first floor of the main estate, but outside and ground floor, very heavily patrolled. So we're gonna have to wait out and listen for alerts on pretty much every occasion here. Luckily, they have the same patrol.
I can't mean. Launched a few days ago.
The archers walk a little bit faster than the slower guards, but then there's another swordsman that is... it's this guy that is as fast or faster than the archers even.
Didn't do much but be hungry. When you're weak, go after the meal.
There. I'm staying in the library tonight. I do not want to be disturbed unless it's very important, Barker. We gotta pick the lock on his door. there. I want to minimize lockpicks, but you have to pick the lock on this door. Here's a basket with 10 moss arrows. We're going to need one of those. This is his bedroom, and there are 3 coin pairs on the nightstand. So that's the reason why we had to go in here. And then in study, in his office, there's a diary. Another full moon, and I'm still at the beginning. On my way here, I ran into Ethan. He looked quite troubled, as if he'd seen a ghost. That's probably the guard from downstairs then. I'm worried that I may know who the ghost is. I'm going to spend the night in the library. I have not given up my search yet. So we need to find out what Barker knows, and this is his apartment, and he's saying that he is in the library. So we have to find a way into the library. That's locked, so we need the library key somehow. They're coming out of there. I'm going to go into the mess hall now. There's nothing in this room. Here we are safe, actually. Make another real save here. So there's some loaves of bread. On this, you have 9 broadhead arrows. There's a mine on top. And up here is a flash bomb and a scouting orb. We're going to need the scouting orb, actually. Now, if we open this door,
What was that noise?
he hears it. So we can't do that. But luckily, the maid uses this door, so we can actually use her patrol to keep this door open. Let's read this. Lady Lucretia, so there's a new character, lost the spare key to her room in the chapel yesterday. If anyone finds it, please leave it inside the chapel on one of the windowsills, Lieutenant Wilson. So this note on my first playthrough, I didn't read. I don't know why, because it's plainly obvious. So I had no idea where this key to her room was located. So it's the only thing that I had to get a little bit of help from the forums in finding. But it was kind of needless, because if I just read this, then I would have known. So now we have to leave here, but like I said, we have to wait for the maid. So that scouting orb we're going to have to return.
Say again?
So he hears that. So we're actually going to have to wait for her to come out again, because we're going to have to fob it so that she closes it now. I don't want those doors to stay open, because that guard can see us from the side. She goes into the kitchen, which is an extremely difficult place. There. Now she closed it, and we didn't get an alert, so we're good there. Okay, so this is a little courtyard. Here are 2 frog beast eggs, and here is a panel. Our first secret. There are 8 secrets. You can't get all of them for Supreme, but I think you can get all of them for Ghost. And here are 3 spice bags. Total 312. So now, I'm going to make a real save here. It's a good time. We are going to head into the kitchen. Getting into the kitchen, getting out of the kitchen, and getting 4 loot items in the kitchen is probably the most difficult thing we're doing in the entire mission. And getting in there now is one thing. And I'll explain once we get in there. I'm just going to see the lay of the land here.
Think that
What's
was
that?
So that garden there needs to be facing north, not east like we did.
That didn't sound like rats.
So he hears us too pretty quickly. That's the method that we have to use here.
Who'd I see?
If this takes too many attempts, I'm going to just skip past a few.
I hate. What's so?
So he has positioned a beneficial way to begin with.
Didn't sound like.
So he hears me.
Getting tired of going after these. Didn't.
So we have to just be fast here, but it's difficult to be fast without tapping your shoes.
Jordan, that you? Jordan. Who's over?
Bump into her back, then you sort of balance backwards.
Who's over? Hey!
And then you're obviously going to get caught.
What's in there? What's
Oh, that was close.
didn't sound.
Could have almost waited there and see if she had closed that door.
Hey,
Someone
did you
there?
notice anything?
So if we had done that without getting
Can't
alerts
be
here,
too careful.
will she close the door after her? She opens the door. Okay, well that we can't have.
Jordan. Hey,
Huh?
see that?
She heard that too.
Let's see. Stop! What's over? In the I wanna. Hey,
Huh?
Jeff.
Let's see if that works. I think she'll open it. I don't think she'll close it. Yeah.
Didn't sound like.
Problem
rats
is that
this
he
time.
hears it when you frob it, not when it actually closes shut. So we can't use her going through and sort of frob it halfway. We have to go through all the way ourselves.
Who's over?
It's much easier to leave. Because we don't have to go that far.
Jordan. Was that you?
Oh, there wasn't much in that.
Think that was anything?
Who's over?
We got it. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Let's just save it. I'm going to make a save just called test, so we can keep saving over that. Good. I didn't end up I'm not going to cut any of those away, because that didn't take too long. If it takes like 10 minutes or 15 minutes, then it's different. Here we go. In this corner, we are safe. So every time we make a little progress here, I'm going to save it over a test. Okay, so in the kitchen, this is the entrance we took. There are 2 more entrances, one into the dining room. He hears that door open and close, and there are guards that use it, but if you go in through that door, it's brightly lit and he will see you. It doesn't matter what direction he's facing. Same thing with this door here that leads into the basement, actually. That's this door to kitchen. So he hears that, there are guards using it, and you can fob it open, but if you go in, he'll see you. Doesn't matter what way he's facing. So this is the only entrance that we can go in. And there are 4 loot items in this kitchen, and they're all in the northwest corner. They're right over by the maid. The maid is stationary, and she never turns. There are, I think, 2 other guards that go through this room. They come out through the rightmost one, there, and then they leave through the farthest one.
Never going to impress the ladies.
Our first job now is to go over. We have to go past the table. There you saw both of them. And land on the other side of the table in a dark spot. That way nobody will see us. But that's tough to do. Very tough to do.
Got to put in the hours if you want the promotions.
Because we
You
can't
don't
jump
get
up on the
low
table.
bars until
She will
you
see
get
us
the
then.
flat feet.
We have to go, we can actually clip through the table quite a bit on the left side. Clipping border is only in the center of the table. But to get between the corner and the closest chair here on the left, we have to sort of push a little bit against it. And when we get all the way through, we will make a little skip, or more of a jerk forward, not a skip. And then the cook can see us. The cook here, this is the maid, this is our guard. See, he needs to turn now. He needs to turn east, and he needs to stay turning east until we have gotten to that point. Just the tough, yeah, so he turned too late there. If he turns right away, we're not be able to do this.
Got to put in the hours if you want the promotions.
Might have to just reload a
You
couple of
don't get
times.
the gold bars
We have to
until you
use
got
the
flat feet.
random turning to our advantage here. So it's gonna have some reloading. I'm gonna save over the test right there.
What's that?
So she sees that. He just has to stay that direction all the way. She does not.
Got to get the. Hey!
Actually, I'm gonna have to wait another cycle. I want to move over closer because he can't see us if we move over right next to him, and then wait for his turn like that. Because that way we are maximizing our time available here. He turns quite frequently, but he does stay a fair bit of time. Occasionally, like now. Okay. Save it there.
Huh?
This could take a lot of tries here. He typically turns very quickly.
Getting tired of going after these poor slobs. Didn't do much but be hungry. Hey!
So there we had it. You just have to go through. I have to find the angle. It takes a little bit of testing here. So there we got it, but he just turned.
Let's get.
We'll definitely cut this out.
Got to put in the hours if you want the promotions. You don't get the gold bars until you got the flat feet.
So that was max unlucky. The fast guard came back. So then we can't do it on this cycle at all. We have to wait until he passes. And the other guard is slower, so he will come after. This might be very, very bad for us. We'll just have to wait and see.
Getting tired of going after these poor slobs. Didn't do much but be hungry. When do we go after the real villains? Get the...
You saw the method, so that's just what we have to do here.
Hey! Stop right!
And we have to, of course, go back the same way after we get the loot.
I want to know who came up with the stupid idea of no drink. Get the cop!
Close to him there, okay.
I want to know. Get the cop!
Wow, I did not know he was that alert to his side.
Someone.
This is the tedious part of Supreme Ghosting for sure, but if we want the loot, we want the loot. Yeah, so now I think that other guard is coming. I can hear him.
Is someone over there? Gee, I must have imagined that.
No, he wasn't there actually. So it's beneficial if he's facing the other way when she leaves, so that he turns back quickly.
I want to know who came up with the stupid idea of no drinking on duty. About the only thing that makes a cold water. Who's
Let's see. This is a pretty good spot, I think.
You've... God.
Didn't go far enough.
I want to know who came up with the stupid idea of no.
It's a weird sort of clipping thing to go through there.
I want... Quit! Stop right!
It took a while before I figured out that I could even do it.
Get the... Quit! Oh, in the name...
I want to take this loot for Supreme, within Supreme rules.
Oh, in the name...
To see you that it's to show you that it's possible. We're not doing any exploits here, so.
I want to know who came up with the stupid idea of no drinking on. Hey! Who? Hey! Hey! Oh, you've got to put in the hours if you want the promotions. You don't get the gold bars until you got the flat feet.
There we go. We got it. I didn't ho ho ho. I almost moved out of it. Okay, I'm gonna not save until he turns back, because when you reload, sometimes you stand up before you can actually lower yourself. So I'm gonna wait now until he turns and she leaves and nobody else is in the room before I save. See now how long he stays this way?
If you want promotions, you don't get the gold bars until you got the flat feet.
Here.
Who's over there? Getting tired of going after these poor slobs. Didn't do much to be hungry.
So we are safe here. Let's make a test save there. Let's see. Gotta wait for him to turn back and now. That is very... That is not good. Because there's a slow guard too.
Is that you, Kevo?
Oh gosh, there.
What has happened to him?
Huh?
That's what I want to know. Okay, he's right there. I just didn't see him.
Got to get the sheriff.
I thought that the fast guard went through this room twice,
Things make us look like stupid little.
which he shouldn't go that much faster.
Never going to impress the ladies this way.
So that's what you have to do. So here we're actually dark. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so here we can. There's a money box there. And then there's a bottle of wine and a cup in the sink. There's also 3 healing fruits here and a bunch of foods of various assortments. So the vase is worth 50, the stack of silver coins in the box is worth 12, and the other 2 items are worth 50 each. So there's a total of 162 in this room.
I don't...
Oh. So we can't stay here then. Like that. I usually get the last 2 items in one go, if he will stay long enough that direction. In the pantry, which is this, there are 5 deer legs and 7 cheeses. Okay, you have to stand up to get that last code.
What's that? Who's there? Did you say?
What is going on here?
What's over?
What's that sound?
What is going on here?
Who'd I see then?
Alright, well then we luckily have the test save. We just didn't get the loot items there. Sometimes there are things that happen. It was because we were too close to her. When we stood up, we got bounced away from her.
Let's see.
We can actually do that without ever getting spotted by him. That's cool.
Nobody better be tapping around down here.
Didn't actually know that. Let's go back here. After getting those two loot items and make another real save. The last two are difficult. Not nearly as difficult as getting across the table, but hey.
I want to know who came up with this stupid idea. No drinking on duty.
Come on, turn, buddy.
About the only thing that makes a code watch go faster is a nice bottle.
He does seem to face this direction more.
Who's over?
Let's go for it here.
Who's over?
We can do this.
Nobody. Jordan. Who'd I see? What's
There we go. We got it. Good. Excellent. I cut away quite a few attempts there, because that took a long time. Probably 50, 60 attempts, so... Now we just have to go back, and we have to wait for another cycle. But this is good. This is going fairly smoothly. Just have to find my groove here.
Stop right there!
Oh, wow.
Nobody.
Huh? Is that you, Kevin?
Wow, how can we get through this even?
Who's over there? Hey!
Okay, there is a small slot there. I don't think we can do this because he's already been facing
Jordan.
that direction for quite a while. So let's wait a cycle here. Make a test save. You can comes
I
back.
wanna know
We're
who
safe
came up
here,
with
whether
this
we stand or
stupid idea of
crouch. So.
No drinking on duty. About the only thing that makes a cold watch go faster is a nice bottle.
It might just be that the other guard is sort of stuck because the engine has shut him down. I don't know why he wouldn't do that with the other.
Time to get the sheriff to spring for better uniforms. Things make us look like stupid little pottery figures. Who's over there?
Okay, there is just a small window there. Let's actually go this way.
Who's over?
I have to probably save it midway through the run here. Like that if he keeps staying that way.
Oh, you've messed with the...
It's difficult to find the angle going this way here, actually.
Oh, you've messed with the wrong man, thief!
I'll have to find it. But...
Quick, get the cops!
He's right here! Help!
Oh, you've messed with the...
Someone get him!
Oh, in the name of Sheriff Truitt!
Help!
We'll see!
Gonna have to experiment a little bit here, because I know I did it last time.
Who? In the name of Sheriff...
Who was that there? I saw something.
Oh, get the cops! We've got a thief on the
I'm getting
loose!
sleepy.
I want to know who came up with the stupid idea of... Quit! You've messed with the...
Help! Help!
We're trying to squeeze by here. Let's see.
You've messed with the... Who's there? Get the cops!
Is that you, Kevel?
You've messed with the wrong man, thief!
There, that's how we have to do it, over there. Let's see.
Oh, stop right there!
Who was that there?
There, that's how we have to do it. We have to stand up.
Quick, get the cop! Oh, in the name of Sheriff Truitt, we'll see! Stop right there!
Yeah. To get through, we have to do that. Okay. Did we get it? We got it. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. There. And then we just have to leave this darn place. I couldn't remember that I had to stand up to push through.
I want to know.
Going the other way.
Who was that there?
Okay. But that's what we had to do. It started out pretty rough in this mission, I gotta say, with ghost challenges, but hey, hey. Okay, we can't use this cycle of hers, but don't turn, buddy, don't turn. Just stay there. Just stay there. There we go. We have to follow her when she goes out to leave. And he has to be facing now, this time, north. Just like when we entered. But it shouldn't be that hard to do so.
Got to get the sheriff to spray.
He's
What?
right.
So you can't go too fast here.
Over.
Jordan, that you?
That's how you do it. Just gotta scoot a little bit quicker. Good. We got it. Go in here. This door here has a tendency to disappear when you open it a second time. No. It didn't now. That's good. Now we can make a real save. Like that. Just double check. So we have 474 loot. That's perfect. So we're basically done with all this area here for now. We're going to have to obviously go back down and get Silas's loot stash later, but that's after we get his key. Okay, good. So now we can head into the maid's room,
Air is getting so filthy.
which is here. Now here's another piece of loot that we would have normally skipped for Supreme. Because there's no way you can pass this window. The guard that we saw earlier is looking in through the window at her. So we have to turn off the lights here to get this piece of loot. This also comes with our first secret. Back here. Silver nugget, worth 50. She faces two directions, but even if she's facing south, there's no way you can get in here and not be spotted by the guard. Here we go. Going into the cook's quarters. So, diary. There has not been a moment of peace in this house since the day of the accident. First, two of the maids suddenly vanished. Then Lenny died, and now Lady Isabella is nowhere to be found. Even with all the guards present, no one seems to know what happened. It was almost impossible to find two other girls who were willing to work here. I pity these poor fools anyway. Even though we're well into spring, the old barracks are cold and damp. There's also a woman among the guards. We arranged for a bed for her in the storeroom. As a side note, I lost my ring while I was making the bed. I'll have to remember to tell the girl to search for it. I noticed that Nellie didn't come down for supper tonight. Maybe she wasn't feeling well. I'll have to go see her tomorrow. I must also remember to punish Lizette. She always leaves her bedroom window half open and the lights turned on when she gets changed at night. What a thing to do with all these men around. What a shameless girl. So we have to make sure that in this storeroom that we look for a ring that the cook lost when the bed was made. Right, this is the cook's bedroom. Pickable chest that has a weird lid. Don't think that's physically possible. Purse. And then in here we have conveniently the only way for Supreme to get into the rest of the mansion. It's a very useful secret that we're going to use several times.
Is that you?
There's a guard here. So that took us from the cook's room and to this area in the basement. And there are multiple other exits from the basement that we can use. And conveniently, we can now go up here and get 3 coin pairs in this room. And it's the only way to get those for Supreme 2, because out here, this is the front foyer. And 2 stationary guards that never move.
Hello? Anyone there?
And you get a first alert when you try to go in there then.
Just rats again.
It's just a section right in the doorway, but you can't do that without getting spotted.
Okay.
So, we took those 3. We should have 684. Do. Now we have to follow this guard. There's nothing else in this room besides these tanks. Let's go this way. We're not going to cover the basement right now. We're just going to head upstairs. There. Let's make another real save here. So we've now emerged in a staircase in the inner courtyard. This is the little room that we took the loot from, and the front foyer is here. So now we have access to most of the other areas on this level, and it's a very convenient place to be. There are 2 or 3 guards that have a very similar patrol going around here. One goes into the front foyer as well. And then you have the 2 guards that go via the basement and through the kitchen. And they will use the sitting room and the dining room, which we're gonna loot now. So we might have to wait and see. I think maybe the fast guard is on his way. It's best to follow him. That guard always opens those doors when he goes through. Or when he passes them. Here he is. If we can follow him.
Hello?
That's also one of the fast guards. I think maybe he's following. Let's wait for him to pass me. Or past the doors. Oh, there's the slow guard.
Done for.
Following him might be the best thing to do anyway. not going to save it just yet. We have an artifact in here. Statue, nothing else. Lots of loot in here. Oh. Don't think he saw me. $18.19, that's correct. So he goes into the door that leads to the little hallway out to the kitchen. So I didn't show you the meat locker in the kitchen, but there's just foods in there. So that's how you connect to the kitchen. Safe here, actually. Okay, we have to wait for these guys to pass for sure.
Nobody pushes money around.
This might be good timing now if we go after this guy passes us. There. Nice. Okay. So now we're going to head into Wilson's room. The guard lieutenant. Have to pick that open. But that's okay. Nice. There is a guard that comes by then this hallway too, but it's okay. Alright, so a few things in here. First, there's a scroll. Lieutenant Wilson, I have some very important things to tell you. Please meet me in the garden at midnight. Lady Lucretia. Okay. Drop that back. It's locked. Here, I'm going to pick this one up first. That has a white room key. So that is very important. We need that. Let's read these two. Letter. Lieutenant Wilson, how are the investigations coming along? More than a week has passed, and although I promised Lord Bafford to take care of the situation, I have no intention of keeping half my men out there much longer. It was only 2 servants after all. I want you to be prepared to return at once if nothing new arises within a week. Sheriff Truer. Oh, we can't actually drop it back. Lieutenant Wilson, what the hell are you doing over there? Do you play cards all day long, or are you flirting with some little skivvy? How is it possible that Lady Isabella just vanished under your nose like that? Lord Carlisle and Lord Bafford are both furious. My career is at stake here. I'm warning you, Wilson. If you can't find Isabella alive, I swear I'll make you pay. You will go back to the slums from where you came. You'll end up polishing the boots of your own men. Sheriff Truart. There. Okay. So let's go in here and we'll see a little sequence.
Nobody knows. Nobody sees. Terrible secrets. Terrible secrets.
Alright. See what that's all about. Let's read this diary. Journal of Lieutenant C. Wilson. 422. We've been here at Baffert's estate for 3 days now, but unfortunately there's no trace of the girls yet. I made the acquaintance of Lord and Lady Baffert. To tell the truth, I saw Lord Cedric only once for about 5 minutes. He rarely comes out of his room. Lady Isabella is a very graceful and kind woman, and received us with great cordiality. I also met Lady Isabella's sister, Lady Lucretia, so now we have a connection between those two. And I have no words to describe her. She is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. She uses to come down, used to come down, I guess. Maybe that's the way you would say it, I'm not sure. She uses to come down in the garden every day for reading, so I assigned to myself the garden patrol just to see her. She talked to me. This morning I braced myself and I made a comment about the book she was reading. So we started to talk of this and that. I discovered that she is not only a beautiful woman, but she is also very clever and likable, and that's enough. I better stop thinking of her. As for the rest, things aren't going so well. We searched all over the manor without finding any signs of the girls. The men are discouraged. Moreover, they are dissatisfied because of the bad condition of the barracks. I must say that I've been lucky. They gave me the room of the administrator who died recently. My God, am I going mad? Yesterday I was going to bed when a ghost appeared in the corner of my room. He was a young man with a sad look on his face. He kept speaking about horrible secrets that nobody knows. Since this was his room, I believed that the phantom was Lenny, the administrator. What secrets is he talking about? Is he trying to tell me something? Damn rain. I'd gotten in the habit of meeting Lady Lucretia in the garden every day to have a chat, but haven't seen her for 3 days because of this pouring rain. Damn. The order to withdraw could arrive at any moment, and I would not see her anymore. 5-3. At last she stopped. I had looked forward to the moment the rain stopped. I had looked forward to the moment I would be able to meet Lady Lucretia again. But when I arrived in the garden, she barely greeted me and kept on reading her book. What a fool I was. What did I expect? It's clear that she regrets having treated me too familiarly. I just have to get her out of my mind, that's all. 5-5. I would have liked to be able to stay away from her, but here I am like a perfect idiot, waiting for a word from her, being happy by just looking at her. Sometimes, while she is sitting on a bench reading intently, I get so close to her back that I can smell her delicate perfume. Oh my, if she were a maid, I would have no hesitation. I would approach her and, at worst, I would get a big slap. But being what she is, I'm without hope. 5-7. Today, Lady Lucretia fell down the stairs in the garden and hurt herself, so I had to take her in my arms and carry her up to her room. I was bathed in sweat and my heart was beating wildly, and it was only from the strain of carrying her. It wasn't only from the strain of carrying her. I'm crazy about her. I'd go through fire and water to conquer her, but there's nothing I can do. The day after tomorrow, we'll have to leave and I'll never see her again. 5-10. Lady Isabella disappeared. This morning, Lady Lucretia ran into my room and told me she wasn't able to find her sister. I went up to Lady Isabella's room. The door wasn't locked and the key was in the keyhole. I saw that the bed had not been slept in. For an instant, I thought that the explanation could be very simple. Maybe Lady Isabella had passed the night with her husband. But when I asked Lord Cedric, he told me that he hadn't seen his wife since yesterday morning. The room seemed very tidy. Nothing was out of place. In the bathroom, the bathtub was full of water, but the floor was absolutely dry, as if Lady Isabella had changed her mind and decided not to bathe. I locked the door. I will have a further look tomorrow. I passed the rest of the day questioning everyone, from the guards to the cook, but no one was able to tell me anything significant. 2 days have passed. There's no trace of Lady Isabella. Sheriff Truitt is enraged and sent me a letter full of threats. But what the hell would I have to do to prevent this from happening? We searched the entire manor without finding anything. There are guards everywhere patrolling night and day, and they never noticed anything suspicious. I don't think that a stranger got into the house to kidnap or kill the maids first, and then Lady Isabella too. Why is it that nobody heard or saw nothing? I think that it concerns someone that both the girls and Lady Isabella trusted. But who can it be? If we exclude the old cook, Nellie, and obviously Lady Lucretia who remains, one of the 3 guards who were already here on our arrival, the old barker, Lord Cedric? No, it's impossible. There's something sinister in this house, something evil. If only my ghost friend could make himself understood more clearly. But he kept on repeating the same phrase, Horrible secrets, horrible secrets. 513. Wilfred deserted. Barney, his best friend, told me that the last night, while Wilfred was patrolling the cemetery, a ghost had appeared from nowhere, frightening him to death. So today, while he was on guard at the front gate, Wilfred left on the sly. Well, we don't need cowards like him, and I sure wouldn't miss him except for the fact that he took the key to the front gate away with him. I asked Barker for the spare key, but it seems like Lenny was carrying it the day he died. We discovered a hole which leads to the outside from the sewers, so I sent a man for a blacksmith, but he was out of town and couldn't be here for 3 days. Damn. I'll have to be sure to ration the provisions until we have a new key. With the gate locked, we cannot get new supplies into the estate. 5:15. I haven't seen Lady Lucretia for 2 days. A friend of hers arrived from town. She's always accompanied by him. I just can't keep myself from being jealous. But on the other hand, I just have to face facts. It's just a noble like him that she is destined to marry one day. She would never even consider someone like me, especially in this wretched situation. She sent me a message in the afternoon. She wants to meet me tonight. I just can't guess what she has to tell me. But whatever it can be, I can't wait to meet her. So now we got a new objective. We want this love story to have a happy ending, don't we? Don't kill Lieutenant Wilson. So this objective is actually tied to a bonus objective that I will show you later on. But you can't do the bonus objective if you kill Lieutenant Wilson. Now, of course, you don't have to read this, so you don't have to necessarily trigger this, but it's basically the only reason we went in here, because there's no loot in Wilson's office. So now we're going to head up to the White Room then to follow our leads. This is the back door, the back garden, but the gate is closed. We need a garden key to open it. We don't have that right now. You can actually see Lieutenant Wilson way out there patrolling now. So now you heard a door close. It was actually this door here, and there's a note over there. We'll read that in a little bit. So now we have the White Room key. The key disappears, which means that we can't return it and we can't lock the doors, which makes it easier for us, but I don't like it. Blue vase. So here's a painting. Can't take these, but we can take this one. I thought there was some loot in here. Goblin and plate. And then there is Isabella's diary right here, and that's an objective to read. Okay, so yeah, I lied. The main reason we went into Wilson's room was to get the White Room key, because the main objective is in Isabella's room. My diary, Isabella. 12-1. I'm happy, happy, happy. There are no words to describe how happy I am. Cedric and I got married yesterday. We left immediately after the wedding ceremony for this that will be our house. This morning I woke up in his arms and we started our life together. So I thought to begin writing this diary so that the memory of the happiness of these days may help us to get over every trouble and sorrow the future will have in store for us. 12-2. Today Cedric and I went all around the house and ran after one another like children. I love this house since the first time I saw it. It's a little far from town, but it doesn't matter. I don't care about shopping, parties, and social life. All I want is to stay by my beloved husband and raise our children. The house belonged to Cedric's great-grandfather, Lord Duncan. After the death of his first wife, Lady Rowena, he had moved to town, so the house has been uninhabited for almost a century. Okay, so then now we have Lord Duncan and Lady Rowena mentioned. Cedric's grandparent, great-grandfather. So that would mean that these are either Lord Bafford's parents or Lord Bafford's in-laws, essentially. Not that that's canon, but at least for this mission. It sure needs to be repaired. We want to have all the comforts, but we don't want to lose its romance. Not parents, grandparents, right? So it's one more generation above. It looks just a little gloomy, but it won't be like that anymore when our children will fill it up with their voices and their games. There are 2 master bedrooms here, but we have no intention of sleeping in separate beds, so we'll take the one that was Lord Duncan's room. It has light colors, and it's the brighter one. Perhaps that's the reason it is called the White Room. It is very curious. There's also a red room, a blue room, and a yellow one. Noblesse eccentricity. And then there's Rowena's room. I don't know why, but entering there makes me shiver. She smiles at me from her portrait as she wanted to tell me something. But these are only fantasies, of course. Today we hired 2 girls as maids. We don't need other servants. At our arrival we found a caretaker, a cook, and 3 guards who have lived here for several years. We'll keep them with us. Barker, the caretaker, is a strange man. He seems quite displeased at our presence. I just can't guess the reason of this. Beside these people, we have Lenny as an administrator. Lenny is more a friend than an employee. He and Cedric grew up together. We assigned him a room on the ground floor. I also took Nellie with me. She was my nurse and raised me after my mother's death. I gave her the yellow room. Even if she's too old for breastfeeding, she will be a good nurse for my children. Yesterday I found an old cradle and I put it in Nellie's room. I hope that it'll be a good omen. Let's see, I thought Nellie was the cook. Didn't the previous readable, Wilson's readable, say that Nellie was the cook, but now... Okay, well maybe she was a nurse and is now a cook, I'm not sure. 12.6. Today I took the cook about the strange attitude of Barker, and she said that it's because of Rowena's curse. Okay, so then I don't think cook is the Nellie, so maybe I misread that in the previous readable. They say that Lady Rowena and her lover were caught by Lord Duncan, who had them thrown into the Well of Despair, someplace beneath the house. This was a deep pit in which the condemned were left to die slowly of starvation and thirst, while their tormentor could watch their agony from above. What a horrible thing! How can one be so cruel? Nobody deserves to die this way, whatever his blame. Before dying, Rowena cast a curse on Lord Duncan and all his issue. She swore that she would come back to revenge herself, and it was rumored that someone had seen her wandering about the house. What a terrible story. If it were true, but most likely it's only a legend. Among other things, I went all around the house and I never saw anything like the Well of Despair. How can people still believe in this stupid superstition nowadays? 2.8. I haven't had much time to write my diary lately. There's so much to do. A team of workers has been here for over 2 months, but the most of the repairs are done. We have electric lights in almost the whole house and warm water in all the bathrooms. There are still several things to do, but first of all we have to think about the statue. It's a huge statue in the middle of the garden. I don't know what it represents, maybe a demon or a pagan idol. Sure, it's a horrible monster. I'm sorry to have to disfigure the garden, but I don't want my children to be terrified by that thing. I myself can't just look at it. Cedric agrees with me. Tomorrow the workers will blow open the statue with some explosive charges. We will plant a big tree in that place. 2.9. What a dreadful accident. Yesterday, when the workers exploded the charges, a huge chasm suddenly opened under their feet, and 4 of them fell in what seemed an endless black hole. We heard their desperate shouts for a little while, then nothing more. The men tried to drop some ropes. Cedric himself insisted on going down there, at least to recover the bodies, but none of the ropes was long enough to reach the bottom of that abyss. Even the torches that they threw get extinguished before touching the ground. There was nothing we could do but resign ourselves. Oh my, how will we find the heart to tell the families of those poor men what has happened? 2.15. Since the day of the accident, Cedric kept saying that he wanted to return to the place. He said that day, while he was hanging on the rope, he caught a glimpse of a corridor among the rocks. So yesterday he convinced Lenny to go down there with him to explore. When they returned back, Cedric was excited as a child with his new toy. He said he was right. What he had seen was not a natural cavity, but the work of men. A corridor dug into the rock. They will return to explore tomorrow with better equipment and more torches. 216. When they came back from that second expedition, Cedric was in seventh heaven. We have discovered the remains of an ancient civilization down there, he exclaimed. He told me that after a long walk in a narrow hallway. They had come out in a great hall with a strange fresco on its walls. At the end of the hall, they saw a huge bronze gate and a safety lock on the wall on its side. But now it's clear that the statue hid a secret passage, which in times past they used to reach that underground place. Therefore, the key must be somewhere in the house. We have to search for it. In any case, they will go back down tomorrow to pick up some ancient jars they have found. I'm really worried about Cedric. That place is so dangerous. But I'll say nothing. I know he's very fond of archaeology, and he seems to be so happy. 225. It has been continuous coming and going from the caverns during the last week, but all in a great secrecy. Cedric says that apart from Lenny and me, no one has to know what they are doing until he has discovered what there is beyond the mysterious gate. Until now, whatever key they try didn't fit the lock. If all their trials fail, Cedric said he will use some explosive. 3-5. I hardly ever see Cedric lately. He passes most of his time between the caverns and the library. He hopes to find there some information about the old inhabitants of this house and about the missing key. The explosives didn't work, after all. The gate seemed to be stronger than expected, and a bigger quantity could permanently damage the lock. I begin to feel lonely. Tomorrow I will send a letter to my sister, Lucretia, asking her to come and stay with me for a while. 3:10. Lucretia has arrived yesterday. At least I have someone to speak to. Cedric is away more and more. He doesn't tell me about his research anymore. Lenny too seems to avoid me, as if he was afraid to have to answer my questions. In the meanwhile, the work has stopped. Cedric has dismissed all the workers. He said that he was sick of all that curious people hanging around. Well, that's just a particular period, I presume. It won't last forever. 3:12. Today Cedric announced his intention to move to Rowena's room. The pretext is that he doesn't want to disturb me anymore when he comes to bed late in the night. I assented and feigned to not give the matter importance, but I felt like I was dying. I cried all night. What is happening to Cedric? If I didn't know it was impossible, I would swear that he has another woman. 3:19. One of the maids has gone without telling us. Strange. I thought she was happy with us. We'll have to tell the cook to look for another girl. 3:21. Lenny is dead. I still can't believe it. Cedric told us that he and Lenny were going to descend into the caverns as usual, when suddenly a spider had come out from somewhere. Lenny got frightened. He lost his balance and fell into the chasm. From the day of the first accident, everything has gone wrong. Why are we persecuted by this misfortune? A sheriff's guard has come today to draw up a report on Lenny's death. There was not much to say or to do. Unfortunately, once more, as it had been with the workers, we couldn't recover the body. We also had a visit from the parents of the vanished maid. They don't believe at all that she had left of her own free will. She was a very affectionate daughter, they said, and she'd never had left them without notice. I told them to apply to the sheriff, but at the same time I was assailed with a terrible suspicion. Maybe the girl had gotten near that damned hole, driven by curiosity, and had fallen down it. If it is so, we'll never know it for sure. That place is too dangerous. We ought to close it somehow. So, Lenny had the front door keys, right? And Lenny fell down the chasm. So if we find Lenny, we'll probably find that key. 3:23. The new maid has arrived today. Her name is Daisy. She's a real beauty, and Fred, one of the guards, already has his eye on her. She seemed to be a good girl. I hope she will stay with us for a long time. 4:2. At last Cedric decided to close the scene of the accident. He called the workers again to make them build a tall fence around the hole. For the rest, the situation remains the same, if not worse. I feel as I don't have a husband anymore. Nellie says that I must be patient with him. Maybe she's right. Today, while I was in the garden, Barker approached me as if he had a secret to tell. Excuse me for taking the liberty of telling you, but you should leave this house before it's too late, he said. I told him to make himself clear, so he said, I hope I can tell you more very soon. That was the limit. An old madman with his obsessions. 4:17. Daisy has vanished. It just can't be an accident or an escape, this time. The evening before she had waited on our table, and the morning after no one was able to find her. Fred is desperate. He and Daisy were already talking about marriage. Lord Baffra said that he will talk about the matter to Sheriff Truart. They are good friends, and he will sure do anything to help us. Sheriff Truart sent a group of his guards headed by Lieutenant Wilson. Seems to me to have the house invaded by an army. They are everywhere. We had to lodge them in the old barracks. Unfortunately, we didn't get them repaired yet, so the place is really uncomfortable. Wilson had more luck. We allowed him to take the room of the poor Lenny. Wilson said that there must be a kidnapper or worse. A murderer is wandering in the neighborhood who in some way can slip into the house. He ordered his men to search the entire house for a hidden passage from the outside. And then he said that the guards will have to patrol all around the house night and day. Obviously, this does not apply to our rooms. We will maintain our privacy. Today Barker approached me again. Lady Isabella, have you noticed that both the girls disappeared in a full moon night? No, of course I didn't notice. What does he mean? Does he think that the girls have been killed by a werewolf? What nonsense. I noticed that he passes most of his time in the library, as Cedric used to do. I wonder what he is searching for. With regard to Cedric, I never see him. He never comes out of that damned room. He doesn't even join us for meals. The maid has orders to leave the tray outside of his door. He won't let her in. Sometimes I think I'd have to take heart and speak to him, but I don't feel like it. There's no more confidence between us. 5:15. I'm almost sure to be pregnant. If it had happened only 3 months ago, I would have been beside myself with joy, but now I had to tell Cedric, however, so this morning I went to knock at his door. When at last he decided to open, he didn't let me in, but he came out closing the door behind his back. He seemed very annoyed. You should know that I don't want to be disturbed, he said. I looked at him. Where had the kind and cheerful man I'd fallen in love with gone? The one who stood in front of me was another man, a stranger, someone I didn't love anymore. So in that moment, I made my decision. I didn't tell him about the baby. I want to go away for a while, I said. Tomorrow I'll write to my father to inform him of my arrival. I'm sure you'll understand. He seemed disconcerted for a moment, but all he said was, if this is what you want. Then he turned his back and returned to his room. I am more resolute than ever. Now, I will go away. In the afternoon, Barker approached me for the umpteenth time. I found it. All this has already happened. I have to show you something which could explain. Meet me tonight in the sacristy. I accepted the rendezvous. I am very curious. I took the key to the chapel, and tonight I will meet him. What on earth could he have to show me? Alright, so there is a chapel key that Isabella had. So if we find her, we'll probably find a way into the chapel. And the chapel key is conveniently in this diary. So now we have access to the chapel, and the sacristy you have to access via the chapel to meet Barker then, but Barker said he was in the library, so we'll have to find our way there. Let me see. Go down here. Here's the tub that was filled. Here's a ring. 2234. There is a guy patrolling outside here, so we gotta be careful. Okay, this is Lady Rowena's room. Here, but it's locked and not pickable, and here's a readable. Escape while you can. R. That's for Rowena. Goblet and a wine here. 2409. In fact, let's make a real save.
Someday I'm not going to be a guard anymore. I'm gonna be a manor lord, and I'm gonna hire lots of guards to make them go on patrol with my
That guard will go to the left. This is the yellow room here. So we're now upstairs. The first floor, which this is considered, is much easier than the ground floor.
What the? I wonder what happened here.
Okay. So Nellie was staying in the yellow room, wasn't she? So this must be her. So here is some glasses, and there is a scroll. Lord Carlisle, I'm asking for your help because I can't trust anyone in this house. I didn't have the courage to bring forth my suspicions before, but now that my beloved Isabella has vanished, I can't keep them to myself anymore. The night that Daisy disappeared, I saw her entering... Okay. So we're actually going to bring this scroll along with us. This is very useful in two different areas, and we have to return it later. Here's the restroom or the bathroom. There's nothing in here.
Jordan.
Okay, so we're going to move into the blue room now. We have to pick the lock on that door too.
What's that?
There's, I think, 2 or 3 patrollers on this floor. One fast patroller, one slow patroller that both go counterclockwise around this room. And there's this guard, whom I think uses this door, goes around here and comes down this way. So he goes opposite. That makes it difficult when guards go opposite directions.
What's over there?
Here's the blue room. I'm just quiet when I walk through the hallways because I want to hear for alerts through doors. Glass doors are very dangerous. These guards can see you and sometimes even second alert through a door, and then you don't hear it. And you save and you have to restart. Okay. In here there is a chest that we also have to pick. Quite a lot of locks we have to pick in this mission, but this has loot, so that's okay. Here's a scroll. I will ask for Lucretia's hand in marriage tomorrow. I wonder if she's aware of the great honor it will be for her to become part of our noble and ancient family. Wow. Very humble. I will also have to suggest her not to wear her showy dresses when she comes to meet my mother. Here, and here is Percival. He is the noble that is then proposing to Lucretia. He has a purse. Will gladly take his purse. Probably has too much money anyway. 2584. Can move out here actually. No, he comes that way. Gotcha, gotcha, okay. Let's open the door at least. Here, it's pretty dark. This is the above the foyer. Here's a purse. We're now on the southern balcony. Ooh.
Who's over there?
I thought I was dark there, dark here. Okay, we could have done that.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, let's go through this hallway. Take 2 masks on display. And now we'll have to come back. I think he comes in here, actually.
Got to get the sheriff to spring for better uniform. Things make us look like stupid little pottery figures. Never going to impress the ladies this way.
There we go. This is the red room. That's a locked door. Okay, so now we're on the inner balcony here. We can actually drop down here. But there's a secret. Slice this over. We can get a statue. Okay, so here comes that guard. So we're gonna have to... Okay, let's see. I think we can do this.
Over there! Stand forth and declare yourself!
Alright.
Come out!
Did you hear that?
Wait.
Come on out here, son.
Let's see who you are then!
Okay, I'm hoping that they're not like permanently...
Strange noises.
No, I think they hear the drop. We're just gonna have to wait here. I just wanted to do it quickly. Because occasionally, when guards are too far away for the engine to keep them sort of active, they can still hear you. And then when you get closer, they will have a very delayed reaction. And if you haven't heard their initial alert, then you can be surprised and have to reload. That doesn't happen very often, but it has happened before.
Spring for better uniform. Things make us look like stupid little pottery figures. Never going to impress them.
Come on, yourself.
Okay, good.
Paperwork. If I ever lay eyes on the taffer who had the bright idea of filling out reports.
So we're gonna
he's
now
be
head...
sorry his mother ever taught him how to read.
Very strange that they didn't hear that. I'm gonna make a test save here. Okay, so if they first alert, it means that they're not in an already first alert state, which is good. That's what I was afraid of. I like to hide here. Here's a guard. We're gonna have to head through that door. We have now dropped from the inner balcony down to this hallway, and there are 2 purses on the front for your guards that I want to take now, because we're on our way to the chapel. I think we are safe here. Here's a purse. I think that's the upstairs guard that we are hearing. This purse too. We can walk by here. Last time I had a big problem going in here and doing that because there were guards all over, but we seem to have hit a gap in their patrol.
What is that smell? It smells like old meat.
There, 2 purses. 3139.
Washed a few days ago.
Now in this room here, which is then the other room where we came up from the basement and took the coins, there is also a purse. That's another piece that you have to skip for Supreme, because like before, you can't pass this hallway without dousing a torch if you want to avoid the first alert. So we are going to get a first alert here now. We're going to get 2 of them.
Nothing making noise now.
Hello? Show yourself.
So that's another 100 that would have been skipped. There's 3 items
Seems quiet enough now.
so far that we would have skipped for Supreme.
Okay then.
Someone making noise?
I believe so. Yep, that's the 3rd one. Now we can head to the chapel.
What I see?
Hoping we can do that now. I'm not going to close this door just in case, because I think we can see him here, I believe.
Something I can do with this serve.
The wind just whistles through the dang bastard is all busted apart.
Go. Wait here. Chapel key. There we go. So, in the chapel, there are doors north. There's a stationary guard right outside, so you cannot use those doors for Supreme. There's also a There's a patrolling archer walking through this room. He has arrows if you're looking for pickpockets. I am not. And then there is a stationary guard
I
here.
want to know who came up with the stupid
Guards
idea of
two
now
candlesticks
drinking
on the altar.
duty. About the only thing that
Which you
makes
cannot
a cold
take
watch go faster
from
is
here.
a nice bottle.
You have to do something else to get those. This was the red room key that somebody had left on the windowsill, they said. That's all we need in here right now. So it's a little bit of a key hunt, this mission. You have to get one key to get into a new room, or you get a new key. That happens quite a few times. It's a little bit... Oh. A little bit not frustrating, but... It's a little bit of a cheap way to design a mission. It's very useful because it makes sense from a story perspective. Oh. In this mission it makes sense. Oh, now it disappeared. Yeah, it does that. There, let's do that. Obviously I don't like. Doors disappearing.
Hello?
We might have the shot here to go. There's a guard that goes right by there.
But I heard something.
Don't think.
Time for them to
This is the library. We don't have. Oh, I think he saw me across the two glass doors far in the distance there. At least he could have. Okay. So we're obviously headed back to the red room now because we have the red room key. But in the meantime, we can hit the storeroom, which is then up here, past the library. And in here, this is empty. There is a ring, remember? Right over here. So that's excused because there is information about it.
With real cow.
Oh.
Hope they save some.
There.
The Baron gets to eat cows all the time.
Seems like it's pretty good timing here.
Potato, potato, potato.
Seems like it's very good timing, actually.
What's over there? In the
Why did he go that way? He is not supposed to go that way. Here's a readable now, outside the red room, which wasn't there earlier. So let's read it. I have nothing against you, Garrett, but I'll kill you if you'll force me to do it. R. Okay. So here we have a red room.
No need for alarm, lady. Just passing through.
This is actually Lucretia. Red room key also disappears. We're gonna have to close the door when the guards are gone. A very, very solid save because we've progressed quite a while here. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to say when she's facing me. She has 3 facing angles, south, east, and west. That is good. Alright, good. Let's first read her poetry book. 28 young men bathed by the shore, 28 young men and all so friendly, 28 years of womanly life and all so lonesome. She owns the fine house by the rise of the bank. She hides handsome and richly dressed aft the blinds of the window. Which of the young men does she like the best? Ah, the homeliest of them is beautiful to her. Where are you off to, lady? For I see you. You splash in the water there, yet stay still in your room. Dancing and laughing along the beach came the 29th bather. The rest did not see her, but she saw them, and she loved them. The beards of the young men glistened with wet. It rained from their long hair. Little streams passed all over their bodies. An unseen hand also passed over their bodies. It descended tremblingly from their temples and ribs. The young men float on their backs. Their white bellies bulge to the sun. They do not ask who seizes fast to them. They do not know who puffs and declines with pendant and bending arch. They do not think whom they souse with spray. This is the strangest poem I think I've read. Is this like a reference to some work that I'm not familiar with? I don't know. So she never faces this direction. Let's see. We have to take her garden key. I tried to play this mission without taking it, but that's not possible, I'm afraid. Take that vase as well, a blue vase and a gold vase.
Things are simply not what they were in my father's day. He would never have seen such insolence, such disrespect. And if he had,
here's a
there were
ring.
floggings, I can tell you.
And then there is her diary as well over here. So I don't think the diary is necessary to read, but my diary, Lucretia. 310, how boring. I really regret accepting Isabella's invitation to come here. So Lucretia is Isabella's sister then. I just can't understand that sister of mine. How can she possibly enjoy this style of life? There's nothing to do here apart from taking long walks in the woods and some needlework. And I do not enjoy either of those activities. The only thing that is left is to read. It's a good thing the library is kept very well. There are hundreds of books and some of them are quite rare. Whenever I am not keeping her company, I go to the library to read. 320. I'm still stuck here. I couldn't summon the courage to tell Isabella that I want to return home. She looks very depressed. Cedric is neglecting her more and more because of his research. He spends almost all his time down in the library. He also seems to be bothered by my presence, so I started reading in the garden instead. 321. Cedric informed us of Lenny's death today. He was very upset when he delivered the news. They were best friends, but it seems like they haven't been getting along too well lately. Nonetheless, Lenny was a good guy, and he shall be missed. 421. Sheriff Truitt has sent a lot of guards here due to the disappearance of 2 of the maids. It's a little annoying having these guards around, but at least things are a little more exciting around here now. When I'm in the garden now, it's always full of guards. I can't read with all the noise, but it doesn't bother me too much. I find it quite interesting to listen to their conversations. They talk about a wide variety of things, a world that I haven't ever known, the world of the common people. 423. I had a long conversation with Lieutenant Wilson today. We were talking about the book I was reading, and he talked to me about his life. He talked about his humble origin and how it had been hard to enjoy a peaceful life working for Truitt. To tell the truth, I thought that he was a cadet son of a noble family because even though he seemed to have a rude aspect about him, he seemed to be very learned. I had to comfort Isabella this afternoon. She told me about Cedric's cold and distant behavior toward her with tears in her eyes. Men. They are all like this. Their work, their business, their interests all take priority over everything else in their life. Meanwhile, women cherish love above everything else. We are bound to suffer like this. 429. I met Wilson again this morning. Our daily conversations in the garden lasted about a week. He informed me that the investigation had not yielded any results yet. If nothing happens, they will leave the mansion next week. 5-2. It has been raining for more than 3 days now. I couldn't go outside to the garden. I can always read in my room or in the library, but it's hard for me to admit this, but I really miss Wilson's company. Our conversations, and I will write more later. 5-5. I often saw Wilson during these days, but since I realized that he was becoming too important for me, I preferred to avoid talking to him. In spite of that, why do I go down to the garden every day if I don't want to see him? I just pretend to read. I look at him when he's not paying attention. I like his voice and his figure, and the way he moves. I like everything about him. He is quite different from the other fools I used to swoon over. Alas, there will not be a happy ending. He will be called back soon, and I will have to go away as well. He will no longer be a part of my life. I will have to forget him. 5-6. Today I discovered a secret passage in my dressing room, which lead down to the garden. This is quite amusing. Now I can go to the garden without being seen. There's also another door in the passage, but it's locked. I wonder what lies beyond that door. 5-7. This morning I tumbled down the stairs of the garden like a drunken fool. I was in so much pain I could barely walk. Wilson was there, and he carried me back to my room in his arms. I felt so stupid and embarrassed. I never wanted that to happen. I do feel better now, but I just can't stop thinking of him. I can still feel his strong arms around me. I've never wanted to be with someone so badly. I'm angry with myself for having these feelings, but at the same time, there isn't much I can do about them. What can I do? 5-10. Isabella has vanished. This morning she wasn't in her room, and nobody has been able to find her. What could have happened? Maybe somebody kidnapped her. But that's not possible. The house is full of guards. Our father was informed immediately. He sent me a message telling me to return home. He is worried about my safety too. I replied that I would prefer to remain here, to find out what could have happened to my sister. But there are also other reasons that I want to stay here. 5-12. Isabella is still missing. What a distressing situation. We are losing hope. Wilson is trying hard not to show it, but I think he's getting desperate. All the blame has fallen on him. Maybe I'm crazy, but because of this tragedy, just now that he is being blamed, I realized how much I love him. This morning, Percival, the son of Lord Gervasius, has come from town to see me. He obviously didn't know what's happening here. He has been courting me for over a year, but I don't like him at all. He is the most foolish and presumptuous man I've ever known. In the afternoon, we have known that we are almost prisoners in the manor because an idiotic soldier has left with the front gate key. Now Percival can't leave. He has to be our guest for now, and I have to endure his company. 5:15. I had to spend the whole day with Percival yesterday. What a pain. How I loathe his conceited chattering and his snobbish manners. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I pretended to have a headache this morning and retired to my room. I haven't been able to see Wilson these last 2 days. I can't help but think of him. I don't care about the consequences anymore. Whatever happens, happens. Perhaps he does not feel the same way about me, but I know that he would never make the first move because of my social status. I'll have to encourage him somehow. I'll send him a note asking him to meet me in the garden tonight. I'll tell him that I have discovered a secret passage in my room and that I hear strange noises coming behind the walls. I will tell him that I am too frightened to sleep alone on a full moon. I will ask him if he wishes to sleep on my couch for the night, Maybe he will understand. I'm hoping something will happen. Oh, how I wish I could wake up in his arms tomorrow morning. Okay. Well, that is interesting. The feelings seem to be mutual. So we're gonna head in here.
Strange.
She turned around right there. There's a tiara in there. That's all we really need. Come on, lady.
Things are simply not what they were in my father's day. He would never have seen such insolence, such disrespect. And if he had, they would have been flogged.
3664.
Yep.
So, now we have the garden key, which means that we can access the garden here, which takes you north into the accident area, which is the next logical place to go. And, oops. She mentioned there was a secret passage, dressing room, which is right here.
Who's there?
Oh, goodness gracious. There we go. Here. And here is a sliding panel. When we open that, this stationary guard here, oops, first alerts. There's nothing you can do about that. He never moves, and he is stationed right here. We're coming out here now from climbing down from the red room. So if we want to avoid that supreme bust there, which of course I do, then I cannot use this panel here. So we have to find a different way into the garden, which there are. Down here, there's also a door that is not responding to lockpicks or any keys that we're currently carrying. So we're not going to go down there at all. That doesn't count as a secret, by the way, that.
Didn't sound like rats this time.
Okay, this is a pretty good time to go if we just wait a little bit. Here. And we can drop down here again. Let's see. Wait a little bit. I think I'm safe here. Because what we want to do now is we want to go back through the basement, clear the basement out, and also leave the basement through the garden entrance. So that we have a key for now, which is here. And then we can come into the garden in this direction. And that doesn't yield any first alerts, which is good.
If I ever lay eyes on the Taffer who had the bright idea of filling out reports, he's gonna be sorry his mother ever taught him how to read.
Let's go. Let's go in here. This is actually Silas. So we can take his key so we can get his loot. We're not going to take that loot now. We're going to sneak by here when he turns. There. We didn't nudge him there. But when he turns, that gives access to going past him. You get caught, but then when he turns, you can actually go past because his body angle shifts. Go by here. There is a purse back here that we need. 3764. This is a gate that is pickable. That takes you east. Into the east part of the garden. That's a third way we can get to the garden. And this actually would be more beneficial.
Who's there? Hello?
They hear the lockpicks right now, but if we had waited out their patrols, they wouldn't have done so. Here. Then we actually come out underneath the sacristy. And that's good because we actually need to access an area with some loot in this portion of the garden. But that forces us to pick 2 locks on those 2 grates, and you can't relock those. So I don't like that. So I'm going to go back and still take the way in that I had intended. I think he heard that actually. See, go past him there pretty easily.
Never should have gotten out of noble guard.
Took the purse, didn't I?
Pay's not as good,
Yeah.
maybe, but by God, there were servants to take care. Hey!
Oh. Okay, I thought he went in
Dogs are
further.
killing me. Time to get a new pair of boots.
He can see us through the engines. So I just want to get the count for this secret here. Show you where that goes. It's actually a fairly useful secret. We're now behind a painting.
Thought I saw something.
So this is actually
Who are you?
in the northern section here. Northern part of the first floor. No, of the ground floor. So you can take that up and down. It prevents you needing to go up the stairs here and cross the courtyard, but it's not that big of a detour. And it's very risky to go in and out of this in the middle of a bright lit hallway where there's multiple people patrolling. Plus this room here is too easy to get through either. We're going to head into the wine cellar here.
Oh, God.
Benny, get purse here?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I think he saw that. Okay, that's not good. I don't know if I can... Oh, no. I thought he came out of that door. But he's further up. It's one of those guards that go through the kitchen. So this is the kitchen entrance right here. So that proves that you can't use this door. Well,
What's that?
That's enough out of you!
the stationary guard will give a first alert, even if you use their opening of the door to go through. He will give an alert when you go into the light and emerge from behind that door, whether it is, whether he's stationed north or east. Doesn't matter.
Nobody throws me my own sword. Run. Nobody. Thought I saw something.
Oh, that was him. See, we're gonna go through like that. So we were actually lucky here because he is facing north, west, and south. He was luckily facing west. Oh, yeah, south east. It seems like he's facing the door, which makes sense. Okay. Now, unfortunately, we have to skip some more loot in here. This door we're gonna pick later. We're not going to do that now. But up here... Oh! Whoa!
Nobody pushes Benny around.
That is not good. Okay. So, this archer has a purse. And the last 2 times I've played, he was stationed at this corner, facing away. But he is not doing that now, which means that we probably won't be able to get his purse. That really sucks.
What's that I see?
Stop at once! And put your hands up!
Well... Okay, we might be able to get his purse still. I'm not 100%. You can get that purse for Supreme. I think he's supposed to be patrolling, but I've never actually seen him patrolling. I think he's patrolling so close to the left wall there that when you just save and reload, when he's partly embedded in the wall, he just gets stuck. That's just a part of the engine. So he has a purse worth 100 that we need to take to get all the loot. So I hope I'll be able to get it. We might be able to, because you can get up on the wall here. Well, let me see. Experiment a little bit here. Unknown territory for me, this.
Sir, was that you? Hey!
Well, that we can't do. Well... let's test this out a little bit. Actually, yeah, so this is testing time. For me as well. So this is what This is the way I would... Now you are getting to see my playtesting, you know, the way I would play it when I first ghosted. I don't know if... No, we can't get it. Well... That door opens outward, doesn't it? If we can unlock the door and mantle on top of the door, we might be able to do something here.
Hello?
Okay. Let's test it out. I was thinking we could mantle up on the door and then jump up on that ledge and then get the purse that way. It does require this guard to be facing that direction.
More than be recognized. Who's there?
Oh, wow.
What I see.
Yep.
Who's there?
Oh, Okay, well, we should maybe be able to do this. Oh, we can do that.
Yep.
What's there? Come out where I can see you.
Should be able to get up there, don't you think?
Sir, was that you? Hello? Show yourself. False alarm, I guess.
I don't think he hears us there. We might not be able to do this without a first alert now, but that's okay.
Not this time.
Yeah. Oh, this guy saw us. Well, let's wait for him then. We'll do this. I think we'll do this.
What's over there?
Now the whole cavalry is coming.
Notice there's never any birds around. Used to be birds singing in the morning and at night.
I want to lock it. Okay. I'm gonna save over the test here. Should be able to mantle up there. I don't know if that was him or him.
Yep. Builder.
Oh.
Sir, was that...
Okay. No, he did not first alert to that.
What's there?
Yeah, we can't have that. Problem is that I have a hard time leaning or...
Builder.
There, we got it. He also has arrows up there. Oh, no.
Hello?
Okay. Well, we did it without any first alerts. Which is pretty nice. So that was a lot more troublesome than I thought. But we got it. 3964. That's what we are looking for. Let's see. Now this door here,
Hey!
we also have to... This we have to pick open, and that he will first alert to. So there are actually 4 pieces of loot in there that you would normally skip for Supreme. Again, this loot item up here, I would normally be able to take for Supreme as well.
You can either come out quietly, or...
Oh, no, you don't have to pick it open. You just have to open it, basically.
Hello?
It's just a door opening that he hears.
Come out where I can see you.
Yeah, there. So in here we have a loaf in one of these, and the other one is empty, I believe. We have a garden key, another copy of it, and then we have a hidden lever here. So this secret will also have to be skipped for Supreme. 3 stack of coins there. This one is pickable and it has loot. That's what it is. Purse worth 100. So 4,079. So that's 115 more loot that we would normally skip for Supreme that I'm going to take because I want to get all the loot. This time for ghosts. Okay. I think there's some guards coming, so let's wait for them. think there are more than 2 guards that patrol this way, but one of them might be stuck on the east side of the property. I'll round up all the loot that you would normally skip for Supreme at the very end of the mission. Go through, and I'll mention along the way too, of course. Like I said, this woodshed here we're going to have to wait with.
Who's noising?
So we have to block this gate open, actually. Because we have to get up on the walls here now. I'll show you why.
Hello?
I heard something.
This is the front yard here. This archer here also has arrows. But you cannot get this way here without...
Who's noising?
Here's that too, man. Mantle up there and then quickly fob the gate. You can close it, avoid alerts, and get up here fairly hidden. And you can mantle up. That was just him settling down from me opening the door. Real save there. And I'm just going to test if we could have actually gone this way now. It take a little bit of time, but I want to see if we could have dropped down from above, because that might have been easier. It might have been a little bit more lengthy, but physically easier to do than to use the whole door technique there. Don't know if you can, because you get pretty lit up here. Unfortunate for us that he was facing north. Oh, there is a barrier here. I can't move any closer. Okay. Yeah. There's a barrier here. Okay, I jumped on top of it now.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
it must have been nothing.
So he gave a first alert up there. I just didn't hear it because the sound didn't propagate up there. But I don't think that's possible to do without getting a first alert. You're too lit there. So doing it the way I did it when he's facing this way might be the only possibility. But I don't know. Let me know if you guys have ever seen this guy patrolling. I have not. But the 3 prior times I've seen him, he's been stuck in that corner facing south instead of north. So then it was within reach when I just came off the top of the ladder. Very easy. Okay, we're going to move this way now instead, and I have to watch out for him because he will still possibly see us from a distance. Well, now we're dark at least. Okay, so now we have access to the accident site. Still a little bit unsure because I can't hear their alerts here. And there's Lieutenant Wilson on the left. We're going to circumnavigate the whole property now around to the eastern side of of the chapel, northeastern side of the chapel. A little bit tedious this, but it's to avoid that first alert from the panel opening. I don't think he can see me at this distance here. Because there are several factors that determine whether they can see you. It's how bright you are, of course, how fast you're moving, and then how far away the enemy is. And actually how long you occupy yourself in the field of view of the enemy. So the four main factors. So we're just going to get three loot items, I think it is. That is found outside the proper. Now we're going to come up, it looks a little weird up here, but we're going to come up on the guard that alerted to us earlier. It's right down there. I've not been able to drop here without taking damage, and also not without getting spotted by this guy. So... there. You can see there's a gold candlestick on top of that little overhang there. That's one piece. He has a purse, and then there's a hidden piece of loot underneath him, underneath the staircase.
That I see.
So he does see me when I get too close here. Let's see. So when we get here, I found a pretty good way of dropping. There. Just let them... Is he coming this way? Yeah, he is. Okay. That's annoying. Because when he's got a purse. When he's facing south, we can go, actually. Don't know if that's going to happen now, but...
Hello?
Oh, wait, I'm just going to check. Okay. We're actually pretty dark there, so... Don't think this will work.
Is someone there?
Yeah.
Is someone there?
do this then.
What's that I see?
Okay, more guards are coming, so you just gotta hang back here, I think. Until we see the coast is clear. So now the kind of coast was clear when he turned there.
Is someone there?
He's probably not going to turn that way now, because now is when I need him to turn that way. Yeah. The lighting isn't 100% accurate here. It's brighter than it seems. So this door here responds to the garden key. That's why those guards don't use that door, because then they would sort of give away the method of getting in there if you block the door. There we go. There we have it. Okay. We have a secret here. And he does not hear that secret. Or the gate. You can take his purse. And you can take that candlestick.
What's that I see?
Here it's just a matter of waiting, being lucky enough for him to stay that way, because now there's no guards
What's
around.
that I...
Could take 5 times, could take 25 times. It's just so annoying. Oh. There we go.
What's that I see?
I saved it at least now, so.
Hello?
So we can do this, I think, if we... There. Just like before. Okay, so we took a... Let's see. We took a bottle of wine underneath worth 50. We took a purse of his worth 100. And we took a gold candlestick on top worth 50. So the bottle underneath was a secret. I can't remember what number of secrets. There are 2 secrets you have to skip for Supreme. And we've done both of those. One was in the maid's room, wasn't it? And one was in the barracks, where we just were. Be a little bit careful here from a distance. So now we can get into the accident area. Now you're supposed to pick the lock on the door into the accident. I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to drop directly into the area itself. Just here. Landing in a mantle is very beneficial. Here we go.
Better watch my step around here.
So I'm just gonna pick it open because there is a note on the outside. Warning, danger, do not enter without permission. Alrighty. So now we come to a little bit of a different section of the mission. There. Sort of a tomb raiding portion, just a small portion. Down here, we can actually see Lenny's body. And I'm not sure if you can see it in the video from compression, but he does have a key. So that is the front door key that he was carrying. So he's fallen down there and is dead, and in order to leave via the front doors, you need his key. Here are some rocks that are very loosely connected, and they will fall when you go through here. Now that's not a trap. It's not meant to kill you. It's meant to simply block you in. A trap has been deemed something that is either trying to hurt you, or at least give some indication of that. This is just a cave-in, and it is meant for you not to be able to go back this way for story purposes. Okay, so now we come to a door. This is the door that was mentioned had been tried to blow open with explosives, but they haven't been able to. Key here. The Gate of Hell. Don't enter unless you have the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword, okay. Okay. Over on this end, you have a gold nugget. So we are going to go down this way then. And over here, there's a green spider. And green, well, spiders in general, you probably know, actually see is this direction, not the direction that they're predominantly facing. So we can get the artifact statue without ever him seeing us there. 4454. This is an area where you can go and get the Holy Sword. If you fob this skull, you'll be teleported behind to the other side. There's a puzzle element to that. I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to go back here later. But I'm going to do a trick with the Holy Sword that actually prevents some busts for Supreme. But I'm not going to go there right now. So here, same with these. These spiders are not facing this direction. They're facing east. Through there quite easily. Another staircase. So we're not going to spend too much time down here right now. That's not intended either. actually come to Rowena's room. 2 gold goblets here. Here's a blue vase. And there are some... Oh, we'll read that after. We'll first pick the lock on these 2. There are loot in that. Gold nugget. Another one here. With a stack of gold coins. There's a library key that we need. 2 masks over here. An artifact over here. I think that's about it. $47.99. That's it for loot. And here we have Rowena. Now, I'm wondering if this is actually a picture of Lady Rowena, the Italian author who sadly passed away some years back. Since it's named after her, at least her username, and there's a picture of her. Looks like the face is just superimposed on a different painting, but I don't know. I'm wondering if that's her photograph. If you came up to this point, I suppose that you won't give up. Do you really want to face me? Well, I'll accept the challenge. I like challenges. I may even help you, Garrett. Discover what have been my destiny, and you will find my key, R. Okay. What has been her destiny? Here is a locker that is locked and unpickable right now. These are the doors out to the first floor hallway, and this is the only key for it. And we can't go back through the crypts. You can't mantle over those rocks. So we have to take this key and we have to leave these doors unlocked in order to proceed. So now we have to head to the library. And the library is downstairs. I don't think I'm going to go right there because those guards outside have their sides to me. I think that Wilson might have seen me through there. We have the library key, so it sort of speaks for itself where we have to go next. The library. So the keys sort of dictate the progress here, which is a good way to force player in one direction. Here's the library. Now, there's one thing that I'm going to show you that is not a secret. And it's not something I found on the first playthrough. To the one who finds this hiding place, this key opens the gate to hell. Unless you have also found the holy sword, don't use it. Don't wake up the sleeper. Nor take the seal from her breast, or she will enchant you with her words, and you will be unable to kill her. Alastor. So a little bit of a cryptic message here. So I'll go through a little bit of what this means later on, but we'll figure out somebody has basically removed a seal from somebody that have woken her up, and They have been able to do that because they found the key in this, right next to this scroll in this cubbyhole. And it's Alastor's key that gives access to an area where there's a seal that they've taken. So I'm going to explain that a little bit more later, but I'm not going to take this, because there's no need to take it. We're going to go in through here. There's another guard, a stationary guard that we don't need to worry about. Upstairs. Here is Barker. He said he was going to be in the library, and this is him. He's the caretaker. So let's read his... Factors to be taken into account. Our life was quiet before the arrival of Lord Bafford and his lady. The situation was still quiet before the accident. Lord Cedric and Lenny started exploring underground below the area with the accident. A maid disappears, Lenny dies. A second maid disappears, both girls have disappeared during a full moon. What's the connection between all these factors? I'm afraid that I already know. It must have something to do with Rowena's curse. Lord Cedric and Lenny must have found something terrible down here. I tried telling Lady Isabella about it, but she didn't believe me. I must help her. I have a feeling that she will be the next victim. 5-8. I found the old book of Alastor in the sacristy. Everything makes sense now. Everything has come together. I must show the book to Lady Isabella. I must convince her to leave this house at once. Lady Isabella notified me that she agreed to meet me. I'll meet her tonight in the sacristy. 5-10. I waited all night, but Lady Isabella never came. It was only in the morning that I found out about her disappearance. I hope that she is still alive. I'm almost certain that she is, but there is not much time left. 5-15. I have finally found the hidden location of the key of Alastor, here in the library, but the key was missing. Only one person could have taken it. What can I do now? There is no time left. I need to go down there and try to save Lady Isabella. But how? I can't pass through Rowena's room, which is already locked. Always locked. And the area of the accident is locked as well. Even though I have the key, to venture down there without the Holy Sword would be suicide. The Holy Sword. It could be hidden anywhere. This house is full of secret passages and hidden nooks. This room, for instance, is smaller than it's supposed to be. And, oh my, I've sat at this desk so many times, I failed to notice that button just... So that completed the Barker objective. And the button he was talking about is in the ceiling right there. And this guy doesn't alert too much. He doesn't first alert, which is good. Probably because he's sitting. Oh, that I was not meant to do. I thought for some reason that this closed the secret entrance, but it does not. A pretty dark room here. Here's the safe. I'm going to pick this safe open. Okay, so in here there's a book and 2 keys. We're going to have to take both of those keys, actually. Chest key, we're going to use in a little bit. And this key here is very interesting because it works on both this safe, so you can lock the safe back up, but the key disappears. But it also works on this door, which is the one that you need to use it on. So if you use it on this safe to lock it back up, you lose the key and you cannot unlock this door. So that is definitely a bug that is, or a mistake that has not been picked up in testing. Because we have to go through here. So we need to leave both of these open. And the safe we can't even close, so. Let's see. Lord Duncan's diary. A witch! I married a damned witch. I have not been feeling well since the day I married her. I suspect that she is trying to poison me. She must hate me because her father forced her to marry me. It was either that or spend the rest of her life entrapped in a convent. I also think she resents the fact that I took possession of his house, which belonged to her mother. She used to consider this place her own. Everyone in this house seems to love her instead, including all the soldiers and servants. If they only knew her true nature. Behind her beautiful face lies an evil heart. It's also rumored that her mother was a real witch. They say that she performed satanic rituals in the forest when there were full moons, and that before she died she passed her knowledge of sorcery and black magic to Rowena. This marriage is not a match made in heaven, that's for sure. I only married her for her dowry. To be honest, this marriage saved me from disaster, but I never would have imagined that I would hate her like this. Our first night together I had to get her by force, almost as if she were a virgin angel. She is no angel, that's for sure. I suspect that she has already shared every man's bed in this house. What excited me once or twice begins to annoy me now. I don't want to touch her anymore, but if I am to have an heir... 922. Curse that blasted woman. She continues to mock me. She sneered as she told me, "Do you expect a baby from me, Duncan? Perhaps sooner or later I'll have one, but you'll never know if a bastard will be named after you, Lord Bafford." Damned woman, I'm sure she's being serious. I must get rid of her at all costs. Perhaps she will give me an excuse. She must have a lover, I'm almost sure of it. If only I could catch her in the act, nobody would oppose me if I accidentally killed her in a fit of rage. My luck finally seemed to be shaping up. I told Rowena that I was leaving town, but instead I just hid for a while and came back. I knew I would catch that dirty bitch and her lover in bed. What a piece of work. It was Jervis, the gamekeeper. If he were a noble blood, I would have had to fight him in a duel to the death. Instead I shouted and called all the servants and guards so that they could come witness her adultery. I acted as if I were blinded with rage. The two lovers were dragged down to the dungeon and I ordered the guards to throw Jervis in the well. I then dropped Rowena down the well with a rope. I didn't want her to die too quickly. I wanted her to suffer as much as possible. That blasted woman has caused me so many problems. I was finally free. 3 days have passed since I caught Rowena with Jervis. He seems to be dead now. I threw some candles down into the well, as well as a torch to light them. I was sure that she wouldn't be able to remain in the dark, that she would eventually light them. It took her a while, but she lit them, and I am now enjoying this show more than ever. I thought that she would cry out and beg me to have pity on her, but she stayed silent the whole time, just sitting there on the cold floor. The only thing she said when I put her in her well was, "You will not escape my wrath. My hatred will survive and consume you all." Oh, the drama. I'm not afraid of her idle threats. Soon she will be dead. This nightmare will be over once and for all. Okay, you might have seen a glitch there. I had a system crash, so I just needed to restart. This is where we left off, right? Yeah. 11:22. Unbelievable. It's been 5 days and she's still alive. This is starting to bore me. I'm getting tired of watching her do nothing at all day long. Besides that, the putrid stench of Jarvis' rotting corpse is becoming unbearable. Enough. I've decided to leave this place for good. 11:23. I'm moving to town tomorrow. The well room is now locked, but I fear that someone will have pity on Rowena and find a way to get out of the well. I cemented over the door just to be safe. It would take some powerful explosives to break through. If anyone did get through, however, they would have a nice surprise waiting for them. The first thing I will do upon my return is take her portrait off in the entrance. I never want to see that horrible face again. I just want to forget her. Pretend like we were never married. Pretend that she never existed. What I need to find now is a more suitable woman. As soon as I reach town, I'll pay a visit to Lord Thornburn and see what his young daughter is up to. Okay, so big hints here. Rowena seems to be the cause for all this, and the R at the bottom of the notes that we've been seeing is then Rowena. Seems like she's aware of our movements. So she was thrown into the well. There is a key to the well room is mentioned here, and the door has been cemented over, and this is in the dungeon it mentioned. So we have to make our way to the dungeon at this time, which is then under here, close to the chapel, I guess. So here's the dungeon, and this is a little nook where the door is found. So you will only see a brick wall. And it told us that we need to find explosives, and the explosives are in the little shed north of the barracks that we didn't look at. So we're going to go ahead and go there now and get the explosives. I'm not going to go down and show you the dungeon first, because it's fairly difficult to do so. There we go. Now we can't close this. You can only put the book back like that. Can't lock the safe, nothing. Oh yeah, when I reloaded I didn't end up unlocking the door there. So now we come out above the chapel. Oh, he can see you.
Never should have gotten out of noble guard duty.
Go.
Pay's not as good.
There. Chest key. And that simply gives us the well room key.
You don't get
Just then
to
another
the
hint
bars and
to
take
the
up
fact that
flat
that's where we need to go. So there is no way to finish the mission without going through the ordeal of exploding or blowing up the wall in front of the well room door. So that is not an objective to do, so we are going to take our first ghost bust there. We're going to take 2 other ghost busts later on. There are 3 areas that require ghost busts in this mission. Alright. Let's go over here. Hang around. The section down by the explosives is also pretty tricky to be able to do without failing the mission, and I'll show you that. Namely because we can't kill any humans.
Paperwork. If I ever lay eyes on the taffer who had the bright-eyed air of filling out reports, he's gonna be sorry his mother ever taught him how to read. Uniforms are better. They got good boots, nice gold trim in the army.
So we want to go through the basement again to get up to the western garden and fetch that explosive, or those explosives. We also need something to light the explosives with.
Done for.
Pretty good timing, actually.
This one has got holes in the sleeves and holes in my elbows.
See, so we have the garden key here. You want to block that door?
What I see there.
Oh, it's the archer again that sees us. There. I want to pick the lock on this door now. Here's a note: explosive, handle with care. So that's down here. Roy, everything is ready. We placed the charges. This barrel of explosives and this fire arrow are the only ones remaining. Don't waste them this time. I know you like to use them for fireworks, like used them last week. But we may need them in the future, Garth. So we're not going to take the fire arrow. We can blow this up with a flare. If you didn't know that, you can do that. The flare and fire arrows have the same property. It's a stim property, I think, in Drawmed. That works the same way. If you toss the flare at something, it's the same as if a fire arrow hits it. But the fire arrow makes a lot more noise. And then we have a floating fire arrow. There we go.
Hello?
So I choose to save as much as I can without actually carrying.
Thought.
The barrel. Oh. Usually you can't drop it as easily when you reload.
Hello?
He sees that too. Okay.
Hello? What's there?
Just a matter again of making sure that he stays long enough in that position, which he does not.
What's there? Hello? What's there?
Strange. I never had this big of a problem before. There we go.
Not again.
Pretty fortunate here. With the timing of the patrols. Can't do that. Open the doors at least, yeah. So there are several ways of getting to the dungeon. The way I'm going to take is going to be in through the hallway towards the chapel, and then we're going to make a south and go through these double doors and in here. So that's a way to get to the dungeon. Now, there is another way that I found where if you go up to the second floor, you can drop down from the balcony onto a little balcony here, and then fall down and sneak in behind a guard that's in front of a gate here. Both of these doors here and these doors respond to the chapel key. So that is another way to do it. However, I realize that this will actually yield one less first alert, I believe, if we leave the double doors open here. So two main ways of getting there for Supreme. Oh, he was right there.
Just because I've been here only a few months, you think that I can just get away with pushing me around. I'll show them someday. Someday they'll get what they deserve. Hello? Show.
I think that was the guy at the end, wasn't it? I'm standing here holding an explosive barrel in a little cubby on the wall and nobody sees me. So that's down here.
Nobody throws me my own sword and says run. Nobody.
They're killing me. Time to get a new pair of boots.
Here we have a guard. Let's make a real save there. It's kind of risky, but... He alerts to the door closing. Come on, guy. Now the archer is coming back. He has the loop. He's the one who has to loop through the...
Yeah, just because I've been here only a few months.
through the chapel.
Thought I saw something.
Is that you?
Oh, he turned around again very quickly. That's what he did. Save it there. You can hide here behind the corner if not. So I left the door open there deliberately.
Strange noises.
I heard some. Turn around! What's there?
Let's see, we might end up needing to... Let's see here a little bit. We have to experiment a little bit here. I want to avoid that first alert from that door closing. He doesn't alert to that door. When I did it, at least.
Sir, was that you? Yep.
Hello? Anyone there?
Let's see.
Sir, was that you? Yep. Hello? Show yourself. Guess all's quiet.
What if we can gamble on him being facing that direction long enough? Oh, he sees me then. No, maybe he won't.
Hello?
He could. Some saves coming. Well, that's not gonna do.
Hello?
He turns around right away again, it seems like. Yeah, he does.
Ah!
Seems like that's programmed in him to do right now, so go back here and hide. We might just have to accept that first alert then. I didn't get a first alert from that door opening last time. But maybe that's just inevitable. He is definitely facing that direction more.
Hey. What's...
This is very, very strange.
Sir, was that you? You can either come out quick.
We can't hide anywhere there either. That's the bad thing. So now I'm unable to drop this thing.
Yep.
So sometimes I just have to restart. There is a bug in the game where you can't... No, I can't do that either. Okay, I'm gonna have to do
Sir, was that
something else.
you?
There, I had to... Oh,
Hello?
let's see. Is he about to turn now immediately? No, he's not. Okay, we just have to wait for this guy to come out now. Hope that takes long enough. No. So now he is just on a...
Yep.
Stuck.
Yep.
It's just save scum time, I guess.
Yep. Hello? What?
There. Now we stopped it with our body. If we had frobbed it there, then he would have heard it, I think. So now, I'm going to go down here and drop this so nobody hears it. There. He hears that too. So I'm going to go up now and try to get the candlestick in the
Hello?
chapel. Now I stop this door. We can get this candlestick. Now I can try to...
Got to put in the hours if you want the promotion.
Let's see, I'm gonna make another test save there. Because he will obviously hear this closing, so...
Came up with the stupid idea of no drinking on duty.
I don't think that's good enough.
That didn't sound...
Oh, he hears me walking. Let's try that. See if he does that. Yeah, good. That's what happened last time too. He closed it now. So this is the door you can come in through as well if you want to. But now what I want to do is I want to do the same with this door. I'm not sure if that'll work, but I hope so. No, he hears that.
What's that?
Okay, well then we're just gonna have to leave that open. Which I guess is okay, but when the explosion goes off, that might mean that one more guard gets alerted.
Huh? What was that?
Let's try that. Try one more loop. Because I don't like that guard in there will be... Because we have to go through that room again, and he might be very much on alert after that explosion has gone off, which is not boding well for us. He opens the door.
Is that you?
Someone say something.
Is that this guard that hears it?
Someone say something.
Strange.
Turn around
You let
very
someone get away on you.
slowly.
I don't know who that is.
Someone say something.
Wonder what that noise was.
Yeah. So So it's actually this guard
Looks like it's nothing.
Nothing, I guess.
that
Oh,
alerts to the door closing. So that we can't do anything about anyway. So he will obviously hear that eventually anyway.
is that
What was
you?
that?
Yep.
Hey, listen. Sound clear
Is
to
that
you?
you?
They all hear that now. No, that's not gonna...
Sound clear to you?
Strange.
What was that?
That guard their second alerts to a door closing. Okay, now he first alerted, but there's nothing we can do about that. Because I want that door closed, because otherwise that guard behind there is going to second alert to the explosives. I mean, there's plenty of guards that's going to do that anyway, but I want to try to eliminate as much of that as possible. We'll leave that here for now. So we took the gold candlestick, worth 50 in the chapel. So here we have the dungeon. Let's see. This guard faces north, no, east, west, and south.
If I ever lay eyes on the
He's
tavern
stationary, and then you
right
also
here,
have a
filling
patrolling
out
guard there.
reports, he's gonna be sorry his mother ever taught him how to
There are
read.
2 torches in here, and we have to douse both of those. Do that right now. They're gonna first alert to
Something there.
that. You have to douse both. If you only douse this one here, which is what we would need to do, then this guard that patrols will see this torch out, and his commenting on that will second alert the other guard. But if you take out both, he doesn't see either of them being out because it's too dark. So he doesn't actually react to the light being out, he reacts to the torch being out. So this is obviously another Supreme boss. Now behind here are 3. Copper coin stacks. You don't have to slash the banner to take those. You can sneak through here without taking those torches out, but it's very difficult. But we have to put them out anyway. Here is the boarded up door, very easy to see. We're going to moss the floor here. You have to do that. I've never ever been able to place the barrel in there without mossing the floor first. And not take a second alert. I think this guard here hears it. You want to put it far back into the cubby. You don't want to put it out close to him. The reason is when you blow this up and it's too far out, it will actually relight the torch. And you don't want that. I mean, I guess it would be in the best interest of
Guess it
I
was
better cut
nothing.
back on all this overtime.
So now they are alert or settling from the torch. I don't know if we need that alert there. We'll see. There are some cells here. I'm gonna read a couple of things first. We have been living in terror since Lord Duncan became the master of this house. Yesterday I was sentenced to 3 days of imprisonment and 30 lashes because I stared at him too long. Now they are torturing Caleb to make him confess stealing a little bag of flour. May God protect us. And then there's the second one we need to go into. The third one doesn't have anything, I believe.
You shouldn't let.
And just a dead end here. Yeah, he doesn't hear that now. Papyrus. They threw Jervis into the well of despair. His moaning is keeping me awake. The poor boy, I hope he dies soon. I'll die too if they torture me again. I will beg the guard for mercy tomorrow. I'll offer him the little ring I've been hiding. That is if I survive until tomorrow. I don't know if you did. Here's the ring, and I'll take it. 49.64. That's all the loot in the dungeon. Oh wow, you heard that. He doesn't hear it if he's very far away. Now, here comes the next problem. We have to nudge this guard all the way over to around that sort of pillared corner there. Steel girdered corner. Otherwise he will die from us blowing up the charge. And that actually will fail this objective. Don't kill any humans, because it counts it as us killing him. So we have to do some nudging here. I'm not going to cut away anything of this, because this is part of Supreme. It isn't too difficult. Right now I can't even squeeze in between the wall and him. So this is obviously a bust for Supreme, but
Better not be the sergeant checking up on me.
I don't want that actually.
Get those hands up!
I can do this without a single first alert. I want to do that.
Better not be the
I don't know what he is seeing there. It's me moving.
Never should have gotten out of noble guard duty. Pay's not as good, maybe, but by God, there were servants to take care of things proper.
Save from time to time here. Once we can get in fully in between him, there. Now he nudged forward. Problem is that we're gonna hit the patrol of this guy. But luckily, when guards move into each other, they deliberately patrol out of the way. So we have to just make sure he's around the corner just a little bit, because then the little fireballs from the explosive charge won't hit him. A lot of these moves here were initially developed by Galair when he wrote a very nice ghost report for this mission. I found most of the methods, and then I tweaked a few things based on what I read from him. I think he nudged him over to that corner, I'm not sure, but... Now these two guards obviously are going to go in full hunt mode when the thing explodes. As are most of the guards in the southern part of the garden.
Never should have gotten out of noble guard duty. Pay's not as good maybe, but by God, there were servants to take care of things proper.
So yeah, this is a little bit of a tedious part of the mission, but it's, you know, we all have to do this once, and it's just different. So chat will have to find something interesting to say while we do this. Maybe we'll run a quiz or something. Let me know in general what you guys think of this mission. I can imagine that it was like fantastic when it was released. Because by 2003, isn't that when it was first released? You had, of course, Galender's Legacy to compare it to, in terms of scope and size. But as far as individual missions released, there's not a lot that sort of rivals it.
Come out, in the name...
Wow.
Hey.
This happens now because he'll go on the inside of him at this point.
Never should have gotten out of noble guard duty. Pay's not as good maybe, but by God, there were servants to take care of things. Get those hands!
So now I was crouch creep running instead of just walking. So. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. So this is to avoid not even a ghost bust, but a mission failure.
Come out! Oh, my dogs are killing me. Time to get a new pair of boots.
Oh, come on. He has hasn't turned at all.
What's that?
There we go.
Better not be the sergeant.
Oh, wow. How did he... I didn't even move. That's a good one. There we go. We just got a foot or two left. I usually throw the flare from this corner.
I never should have gotten out of noble guard duty. Pay's not as good, maybe, but by God, there were servants to take care of things proper.
We might even be able to stay here now. Without him seeing me. Just a little bit more I think we need to do. There, that should be good. Okay. Real save time.
Seeing things.
Gotta wait for the other guard to be on his way back. Wow, I had gone a long time between real saves.
Oh, my dogs are killing me. Time to get a new pair of boots.
Thought I saw something.
Oh, he saw it when he turned.
Hey! You know I'll eventually...
I'll turn you up sooner or later.
Come on out.
There we go. We did not light up the torch. Did not kill him. And we got onto the torture table here. Don't think they can catch us here. I'm not sure.
Just one move,
I'm not
Tapper,
kidding.
and
Come
you're
on out.
mine. You can't hide forever.
You know you can't hide forever.
So obviously, this is a huge ghost bust, but we did it as cleanly as we could. Now he usually stations himself a little bit closer, like he did there. I think we're good here. Let's save it.
You know all
Come to Papa now.
Why don't you just come
Oh, we didn't close this door. No, we can't do that. Yeah. No, we can't do that. I forgot to... Oh. I forgot to close this door. That is not going to go well.
Oh, my dogs are killing me.
There. Save over again. Try one more time.
Time to get a new pair of boots.
There you saw that can still happen.
You know I'll eventually
You can't
find
hide
so
forever.
why don't you just come on out.
There we go. Now they still hear it upstairs, don't worry, but it's primarily the ones in the garden. Because now the sound had to travel through at least 2 doors to get to anybody else.
We're gonna have fun gutting you, Tapper boy.
Coward, face me like a man.
You know I'll eventually find you, so why don't you just come on out?
He settled down quickly there. That's not bad.
We're gonna have fun gutting you, Tapper.
Okay. Now I'm gonna go up and check. What?
Just one move, Tapper, and you're mine.
Why was this? What on earth? I don't understand anything. Did the door get blown open?
Better not be the sergeant checking up on me.
That is the strangest thing. Okay, I'm just gonna double check. Okay, I quick saved there. I'm sorry guys, that was silly.
We're gonna have fun gutting
I'll turn you
Tapper
up
boy.
sooner or later.
As if this mission isn't long enough already, I'm gonna have to do this 3 times. Well, at least the nudging went in 1, pretty much. Nobody opened that door, right? There wasn't a guard that came down. I didn't hear the door open. Oh,
You
I
can't
don't
hide forever.
You know you can't hide forever.
I'm closing in, Tapper.
I'm gonna count to 3, so you better come out. 1, 2.
Now we can go check.
I'll turn you up sooner or later. Here's one.
Wow. Everybody has alerted. That is pretty nuts. Oh, wow. I want to go up and check that people don't get too crazy here. Meaning I want to be able to proceed later on.
I think we've got a code 12. Saw something strange.
Okay, so that archer is not... was not alerted, really. Okay, let's see what's going on now. You guys gotta clear up, buddy. Alright. This magnitude of alerting I was not experiencing last time.
Better not be the sergeant checking up on me.
I just want to...
Guess it's nothing now.
I think these are all the people from the front yard here that have actually run into the central courtyard here. I'm just gonna explore this a little bit. I know this video is gonna be super long, but hey. You guys gotta all settle down. Come on now. wonder if it was due to the fact that I left those double doors open, because I didn't do that last time I played. I closed them last time, so then they didn't have anywhere to run to, I guess. Because that requires the chapel key to open. Maybe they don't. I just want to make sure that they all settle down and that they're not like stuck in an area where I can't get out. Okay, could that be the last ones? It maybe could. Yeah, now I think we're back to square one. This guy turns around, right? Yeah. Good, okay. So then nothing is out of the ordinary here, and we can move on, finally. I think there's a guard that's supposed to come back to this, outside this gate. He might have been one of the last ones. Then we can finally proceed. So now we can use the well room key here. Now when we walk through this door, this gate is going to close. And to prevent us from going back. Now I want to go back. So that's why I brought this scroll. Locks the gate. There. It'll keep making that noise until we continue. Okay. So here's the well. And here is the body of Jervis, I guess. Here's a key. Rowena's key. That is very important. Damn it all. Duncan threw us in this cursed well, and now we are just sitting here, waiting to die, alongside the remains of those who died before us. Jervis is lying beside me, his legs broken. His muttering is becoming more and more faint. Why must I die this way? Why am I to blame? What am I, a rapist, a thief, a ferocious murderer? No, I never hurt anyone in my whole life. My only fault was being unfaithful to a husband who hated me. I only wished to find a bit of happiness in the arms of another man. Curse you, Father, for having obliged me to marry this man. Curse you, Duncan, for making me suffer like this. Curse the woman who will ever be able to love you. Curse all your descendants. But I will not die. My hatred will keep me alive. Jervis died in my arms 3 days ago. The poor man. I don't know if I really loved him, but he was a tender and passionate lover. I had to move away from his corpse. Its smell had become unbearable. I think I may have lost my key around there, but it doesn't matter because I will not need it anymore. I'm not going anywhere. I am feeling much weaker. I can hardly stand. How many days have passed since then? Duncan is no longer coming to watch me. The candles he used to drop down here are almost extinguished, and then darkness, death. I don't want to die. I know all the secrets of this house, but there is no way to get out of this well. If I only could fly. If there was a way. Maybe, I think I remember something. My mother showed me the way before dying. My soul will be damned, but I will survive. All I need are 3 candles and something to draw the magic symbol. Prince of Darkness, Lord of the Damned, I invoke you. Make me survive, give me the eternal life you promised to your followers, and I will be your faithful servant for all eternity. Let me have my revenge on my enemies. I will drink their blood, I will devour their hearts, and I will give you their souls. My lord, make the spell successful. Build me a stairway of light to get out of this well of darkness. Acta Beleni Kveltos Zelenda. So, if we light up these 3, there's going to be a ladder on going back up. You can put these out again here. So it seems like that is what's happened. Rowena has sort of sold her soul in order to sort of be able to live past death. So we have Rowena's key. That is the most important thing here. But the intended way to leave is this way. So we're going to go through here for now. This unlocks with Rowena's key, and now we are actually in the sacristy.
Make us look like stupid little pottery figures. Never going to impress the ladies this way.
This door here takes us to the chapel. Oh, sorry, Rowena's key. We'll unlock this, and here's another note. Blue is the path of water, yellow is the path of earth, red is the path of fire, white is the path of air, R. I will explain these a little bit later.
Better check my map.
So of course those colors are referring to the white room, or sorry, the colored rooms on the second floor. Now here we can take this candle, however... Oh. When you close the door...
Alright.
Well, you will get a first alert from the stationary guard. So this is another piece of loot, this candlestick worth 50 that you would skip for Supreme. But I'm obviously going to take it all, so... Oh yeah, we can lock this door, right?
Alright, who's making the racket?
Okay. In here, we have 2 statues and an artifact, and a rosary actually worth something as well. And there's also a chest here. For Supreme, you also should skip this, because although this guard in the chapel won't first alert now, because he's still alerted from the door, he will alert from the lockpicks. The patroller there that also hears the lockpicks.
Strange noises.
Yeah. That is what it is. They hear that all the way through that door into the other room. Here's a ring worth 100, so that also would be skipped for Supreme. 5264. Now, we can't leave through the chapel. We will get caught and another ghost bust. So that's why I'm going to go back through the dungeon the way I planned with the scroll. Here is the Book of Alastor, and that is an objective to read. In this book, I'm going to report about the events which happened inside Lord Bafford's manor in the year of Builder 937. Strange things were happening at that time. About a dozen girls had mysteriously disappeared. People were frightened. It was rumored that a werewolf was wandering about the woods which surround Lord Bafford's estate. Suddenly one night Lord Bafford came to see me in a great secrecy. I didn't know he was back. He had moved to town more than a year before, and there he got married for the second time. They said that it was just like him to get his first wife killed because of her treachery. That night, however, he looked like a poor man struck with terror. Rowena is still alive. She took my wife and she's going to kill her, he said. It's not a ghost that I've seen, it was Rowena in the flesh. She is back to revenge herself. She dragged my wife away, and I could do nothing to stop her. She seems to be endowed with strange powers. She said that she will kill my wife tomorrow night. I implore you to help me. Maybe you can stop her with your magic. It was difficult to believe him. I had to verify personally, so the next night I went to Lord Bafford's mansion. As soon as I arrived, he took me to the garden. There was a huge statue of the trickster in the middle of it, and Lord Bafford had discovered a secret passage, which opened at its base. We advanced the dark corridors in what that seemed a descent to hell. As we arrived in an open space, we saw a terrifying being coming toward us, with a menacing look. I tried to hit him with a magic bolt, but his only answer was a devilish laughter, which made our blood run cold. Immediately afterward, we were surrounded by a group of demons, and we could hardly avoid their fury by taking shelter in a narrow nearby tunnel. Shuddering with fear, we went right down the tunnel, and at its exit we were standing in a sort of a footbridge, which ran all around above a great hall. Below us, just in the center of the hall, there was an altar, and Lord Bafford's wife was lying on it. She was still alive, and she was not tied up. She just lay there, with her eyes wide open, as if a spell could prevent her from moving. The scene was lit by the light of the torches set all around, and by the light of the moon which poured through a large hole above the altar. Rowena was there, standing in the front of the altar, with a dagger in her hand. All of a sudden, Rowena raised the dagger and thrust it into the breast of the woman, extracting her still palpitating heart, and then, oh, I just cannot tell it. I still have in my eyes the horror of what I have seen. Many hours passed after Rowena was gone before we took the courage to leave her hideout. With our great surprise, we saw that the demons had fallen asleep on the floor. So when we found Rowena asleep too in a little room next to the sacrifice hall, I told Lord Bafford that was the right moment to kill her. But he said that it was impossible. She seemed to have become invulnerable. Next time it will be my turn, he said, and then she will kill my son. I beg you to help me. There must be a way to stop her. As soon as I returned home, I went to the library. I remember there was a treatise by Brother Homer about the undead. I searched for some information, and that's what I found. These creatures are similar to the undead, but it would be incorrect to call them zombies, because in fact they have never died. Generally, they are people who consecrated themselves to the evil one in order to escape death. It has been reported of warriors surrounded by the enemies and near to defeat, or prisoners condemned to death, who refused to accept their fate and came to that evil agreement. They are almost immortal, but to preserve their appearance they have to sacrifice young victims every first full moon night in order to eat their hearts and drink their blood. They live surrounded by demons generated by their own minds who protect them. They seem to be invulnerable, but because of their unholy nature, a holy sword could damage or even kill them. So that was what Rowena had become. How could I defeat her? I had no idea of where I could find a holy sword, and there was no time to make a search, however. Suddenly in my head, I came to the idea to use the seal of the sleeper. If we could put it on her breast while she was asleep, her sleep would become as deep as death itself. There was no time to waste, so the day after I returned to Lord Bafford. The day before, during our escape, we had discovered a secret passage which led straight into Rowena's room. We had to wait until she had fallen asleep. Then I went to her and put the seal on her breast. After that, we had to transport her in the underground caverns. If I was right, the demons had to be asleep too, and so it was. We left Rowena in the little room where we had seen her the day before. Thanks to the builder, finally we got rid of that evil being. She would sleep forever, unless someone removes the seal from her breast. To be safe, at my suggestion, Lord Bafford closed the entire area with a huge gate. I myself put the key of the gate in a hiding place in the library, together with an admonition for the one who will find it. I hope that at that time someone will have found the holy sword to definitely eliminate Rowena. Alastor, High Priest of the local Hammer Temple. Wow, that was a lot. So, we have now read the Book of Alastor. So we have also then learned that Cedric found this key, the key of Alastor, which accessed this tomb, and he was the one who came in and, just out of curiosity, took the seal of the sleeper and then woke up Rowena. So that's why the events have happened now recently. Then we can leave. Let's see. Oh, they heard the door closing. We have to wait for them. Archer to leave. Otherwise, he hears this door closing. And the other guard second alerts. Yep. This is the first mission where I've seen so many instances of guards alerting each other. Or second alerting from first alerting each other. There. Now we're not done using the scroll yet, so that warrants a real save, doesn't it? I think so. So what I don't think I showed you guys yet is this one has appeared now. Rowena has transformed into a demon. Find the holy sword and kill her. So the holy sword is in the crypt. It's when we found the skull that I showed you earlier. We teleport to an area. But in order to get the holy sword, you're supposed to take 4 elemental keys. And that's what the note with the 4 colors refer to. And in each of these colored rooms, you can find a secret entrance to an area where you can get each of those keys. So that will be our next goal. However, you don't need to take those keys to get the holy sword. Plus, it actually will incur extra supreme busts. So I'm not going to take those. There is a loot in one of those rooms, I believe. The blue room. So we don't need to go to the other 3, but I will show it to you anyway. So that's our next goal right now, is to hit those rooms, because that's new. So we close that gate, we close the door. We can't relight the torches in here. So we're all good there. Let's see how the world is up top. He is not back here. Okay, So we might have to go in on the other side of him. Which is not that good, really. But we can try. I don't want to nudge him anymore, because that's another bust to Supreme, so... Oh, just gotta wait for our beloved archer. We gotta also close the door. And that should yield another first alert from this guy. It might not, because he might be in a constant first alert.
Yep.
Okay,
Someone making noise?
yeah. He will give that alert, so... that we can't avoid. So the only thing I'm hoping now is that none of the guards that got alerted earlier is bumping into each other or sticking to something or impeding our progress. It doesn't look like that's happening, which is good.
This one is got a hole in it.
Seems like everything is as normal. So let's head upstairs here now first.
Someday I'm not going to be a guard anymore. I'm going to be a manor guard. And I'm going to hire lots of guards to make them go on patrol and night watch. I'm going to sneak up on them.
So let me show you the the different rooms here. Man, this is going to be a long video. So I know Marble Man, who suggested this mission, said he... I don't know exactly how he phrased it, but he said that this definitely wasn't his favorite mission. So I'm wondering if he just picked it because it's incredibly difficult and long. Which it is, for sure. Let's see here. So that opens this secret here. We're not going to go there, but I will show you. What's happening here? So now that we have Rowena's key, we can access the strange doors at the bottom. I showed you the one in the red room. Here we go. And each of those is almost like the mage towers from the Dark Project, where they have an elemental version of a puzzle. It sort of represents their color, if you will. And the air tower is the easiest one. It's just a platforming puzzle where you have to use certain elevators to get up to the air key, it's called. And the air key is on top of this top platform here. You have to climb up here, jump onto that one, then wait for these rotating platforms, and then get your way all the way up there. There's nothing else of interest. I'm not going to do that, but that's what this looks like.
Jordan,
I played some harp. I actually thought there was somebody downstairs that heard the harp. Now, like I said, we need the scroll for something later, so we're not going to do that now. Now, where is the switch in this room? I think it's back here. Yep. So the yellow room reveals the earth key. That's a lot trickier to deal with. But it's possible to get the earth key. For Ghost, it's not possible to get it for Supreme, really. Now, in this one, I think are 2 broadhead arrows, even though it's a broken chest. We come down to an underground cave with a tree beast and some frogs. Now they hear you, the frogs hear you. If you go slow, you can avoid that. Over there's the tree beast, behind that big rock. Now they heard me. There's a switch behind those rocks. There's a frog there too. And there's a switch behind in the cubby where the tree beast is. You flip those 2. Then this grate here will open. You can climb up and get the earth key, which you can see on top of the pedestal there. It's floating. So to get this one for Ghost, you have to actually make a stack of all the boulders. That's the problem, because jumping on top of the stack will, since these walls here are sloped, will make you bounce out from the wall, and then you land on the ground. So I think you have to moss the floor. This was developed by Galair, but I did repeat it. I didn't want to test it. I saw it in his report. If you use a moss arrow on the floor, and then place the boulders on top of each other, some of them are big, some of them are small, and a small one on top of a large one, dropping it will not make noise. So you can make a stack. I think you have to make 2 stacks, and then use one to jump onto the other. So that's tricky. It's a little challenge. I'm not going to make it a Ghost challenge, but you can try it if you want to. So yeah. Actually, let's make it a Ghost challenge. Now I've told you what you need to do. You need to make 2 stacks, get up there. You can do that without taking a single first alert, but only using a moss arrow. You can't place back the rocks. That's also another Supreme bust, because they hear you dropping it on the ground. You have to drop it on the area that's mossed. So by only using a moss arrow as a bust, try to get that key by using some stacks here. Can be tricky to do, but yeah, I'll make that a Ghost challenge, just on a whim. But there's nothing else of interest here. There. Now the blue room we are going to have to go to, because there are 6 pieces of loot down there, none of which can really be taken for Supreme, but if you skip them, then you will not reach the 8,000 loot goal because of all the other items that we would have skipped. So we are going to head down here. And this could take a little while because this is a tricky area. And some of the loot pieces are very tricky to get for even Ghosts. But since it is possible to get all the loot for that mode, I wanted to show that. Let's see, there's nothing in here. No. You drop all the way down to the water. In this one are 5 broadhead arrows. Since it's blue, you might ask, why isn't it water arrows? Well, it's because you need broadhead arrows to kill spiders, and this area has spiders. This is a big cave. On the east side, there are 4 spiders in general, or in total, 3 small and 1 big, and there are 3 gems. So those I initially just had planned on skipping in total. But our exit is over here to get to the 3 other gems in the next cave, and that's also where the water key is. We don't need the water key, but I really, really wanted to get those 3 pieces of, or 3 gems for Supreme. Unfortunately, we can't. I tried a long time to get into this cave for Supreme, but unfortunately that isn't possible. I mean, I challenge everyone to do it. Because you light up here, you can lean into it like this, underneath this overhang, but you can't actually get there. You have to go out far enough. So that you take a first alert. Yeah. See, the instant you there, that's as far as I can go, and you can't squeeze under here, so we have to accept that first alert. But now we are past it. See, you're talking about a couple of inches, really. Now he'll settle down already. So we have to accept that first alert. We have to take another one when we get back out of here. So yeah, I mean, if you guys want to fiddle around with that a little bit more, I did it for quite a while, but I realized it wasn't possible because of the hardcover, if you will, of the ceiling sloping down. But be my guest. If that can be done, then it means 300 more loot can be gotten for Supreme. But like I said, we're going to have to take, even if we took those, we wouldn't reach the loot goal. If we strictly kept only the loot items that you can take for Supreme. Which I'm not going to do and wouldn't have done even in a strict Supreme run. Here we can sneak by this way. If we go over here, that spider won't hear us dropping in the water. And we have 1, 2, 3 gems here. 55, 64. Now there are a couple of panels here that you can fob and have to flip both of those levers behind And that raises another rock so that you can get over to the pedestal there. But I think you can even jump from one of the pedestals straight to that, so it's not necessary to flip those at all. But that's where the water key is. So then we are going to head and take the other 3 gems, and that is trickier. That's why we're going to have to push some spiders here, and that's what I picked up the scouting orb for. Scouting orbs are perfect for pushing spiders because they are completely silent, they're easily retrievable, and they can be manipulated in a very easy way other than boxes. Boxes are kind of cumbersome when it comes to placing and maneuvering. Scouting orbs have a lot smaller of a hitbox, I believe. So now he even gave us a second alert. That we can't have. We have only taken 1 ghost bust so far, but of course it's a massive one because we alerted half of the premises. I don't know how many guards that alerted. At least all of the guards in the garden, which I think is 5 or 6 alerted, and I think they alerted the guard that was stationed. Maybe he didn't alert, I'm not sure. Plus the 2 down in the dungeon, of course, alerted too. So I'm not going to try to keep this to a minimum supreme first alerts for these pieces of loot, because this I easily would have skipped even if I'd been on a strict supreme run, because it incurred so many extra busts. So I'm going to save it here. And then for the next section I will not care about first alerts, because I would have just skipped this normally. We can sneak all the way over here easily enough without first alerts. That's not a problem. But just to save a little bit of time. Okay. Alright. So I'm going to have to... So this spider is actually looking that direction. Right, northeast. So I'm going to have to rush around his back and come to a stop in the shade so that those 2 spiders don't second alert. That's the problem right now. That is possible. Might take quite a few tries. There we go. That didn't take quite a few tries at all. So I think crouching was the key there. Yeah. And then we're going to head over here. And now we have to start with the scouting orb fun. Funness of scouting orbs. Let's just make a test save here for now. You can't reach in at all and get any... Let's see. There, I think that's pretty good actually. Yeah, see there? Excellent. So if you find the area, it's difficult to find the placement of it, but once you find it, it's pretty easy to repeat. You can get the first gem here. We don't have to nudge this spider at all, it's just a small one. Excellent. There was only 2 nudges, so that might be enough. There we go. that was much, much easier than I thought. Much easier than in my testing, but most of the time I spent just figuring out how to do this, so. Happy I could show it to you. I have to scoot around this guy. So it's that guy that sees us. There we go. Excellent. Lots and lots and lots of first alerts. Not going to care about that now. There we go. Thank you, Scouting Orb. 5864. That is correct. So now we're back to where we started. Nice. Nice, nice. There. So now we need to get to Rowena's room. I think that in order to avoid going against the grain of traffic here, we're just going to head around the room following the guard. I think so.
Watch it jump. Nobody.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, that's actually pretty good timing here. That way I can show you the red room also. Which is absolutely not necessary to go to. And it's very easy. He goes this way, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. Okay. Let's wait for him and then head around the corner. He's the only guard that goes against the flow of traffic. Didn't sound like rats. Sure it didn't.
Nobody knows me, my own.
Save it there. Very risky, but
Who's there? Guards! 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 Thief! Don't let him escape justice!
not gonna care about that. I'm just gonna show you the show you the red room. Here are 3 water arrows, because you're going to head into an area with fire elementals. So there's patrolling fire elementals and 1 stationary one. Very easy. You can just go along the left side, where you will stay dark pretty much the entire time. When you come up here, you'll light up. But this fire elemental is facing west, I believe, so away from us. So you can take the key there, come back down, sneak around, no problem or issues at all. gonna head back into Rowena's room. And back down to the cave system. And now we're gonna go for the Holy Sword. Which has a puzzle element to it as well, besides those keys. Flip this and you come to a different room. Thou who art wise shall choose the solid rock. Thou who is brimming with greed shall be buried among thine treasures. Okay. So we have to stand on this. And behind, there's 4 caves that open. Behind one of these is an actual rock. It's the southwestern one that has the rock. There we go. In here it says, stone in front and stone behind, a lingering death you will find. Move in here. Here's a switch. And that says the same thing. This one is still blocked, you see. But if we flip those 2, then that one gets revealed as well. Let's see. And here we have lots of loot. There. Says the same thing there. So that last one revealed a path into the area where the Holy Sword is found. And here are the 4 elemental keys you're supposed to use to open up the gate. But you can very easily just go in here. Well, you should be able to do that. There we go. And then grab the sword like that. There. Jump and take it. I was actually surprised it took me 3 attempts now, because it took me 1 attempt last 3 times I did it. And I mean, it makes total sense that you can lean through this. Look at these holes here. Not that that is indicative. If you can get your hand through something and grab it. This isn't a very safe looking or protective gate. It's way too big of openings to protect anything. But that's how you get the Holy Sword. That is not an engine exploit to lean through grates. Solid surfaces like doors or walls, that's an engine exploit to lean through. Windows is sort of a... If the window can be open, it's a sort of a gray area, but this is not a problem. So now we've taken the Holy Sword. And then we can... reflip those. And we want to... Let's see. We want to drop this here. So that when we take this, we don't get locked in. You can maybe do this without needing to have that, but... 66. 49. Wait. Did I miss a treasure? I should have 59. That is strange. Well, I've taken all the loot, so maybe I've just put a wrong number in one of my 6649. Let me go back to the last hard save. $55.64. That's correct. Alright. Well, I took all the loot in this room. This isn't worth anything, is it? No. So, it's probably just my list is a little bit off. Don't really see how I got to 10 off, though. Anyway. I'll figure it out. Oh, now it won't drop. Things won't drop now suddenly. Now it will. Okay. I think we're good now. Head back here. And then if we now go up to the front door, because now we have the Holy Sword, there is a note here. So you get the Holy Sword. And now, where do you think you can go? Garrett, at this point you know all about me. You know that I wasn't able to revenge myself on Duncan. His ghost is wandering in the cemetery, but I can't enter in that sacred ground. Go and destroy him with your Holy Sword. Do this for me, then return here and you will find the key of Alastor. The cemetery key is under Cedric's diary in my locker.
Fortunately, cemeteries don't spook me.
So let's take the locker key. And then we're going to head back to Rowena's room and open the locker. Now, we don't actually need the cemetery key, and therefore we don't actually need the locker key, but let's see. In order to get to Lady Rowena, we need the Alastor key, and the Alastor key can only be gotten once we kill Cedric. And killing Cedric is an objective once we read the diary in the locker. So that's why we need to access the locker right now. Here's a healing potion too. And there's a readable. How much is this dreadful pact with Rowena going to cost me? I was forced to dispose of Nellie today. She was getting too suspicious. I found the old book of Alastor a few days ago, and now I know what Rowena really is. It does not matter anymore, for it is too late. I am in her power now. Curse the day I found the key of Alastor in the library. Curse the day I took the seal of the sleeper off her breast, against Lenny's warning. I had no choice but to kill him, and then hand Isabella over to Rowena. She will be sacrificed tonight. I only hope it will be a worthy one. Rowena promised to make me rich. She speaks of fabulous treasures hidden in mysterious caverns. Among these fabled treasures is the legendary Horn of Quintus. However, it was not the promise of riches beyond my wildest dreams that convinced me. Rowena promised to grant me eternal life like hers if I stay by her side. I am not so sure that I can trust her. How long will she hold her demons at bay? They are becoming more and more aggressive. In the meantime, I feel compelled to do all the dirty work. That Barker is becoming quite troublesome. I will have to make sure to greet him when he is alone in the library. He is always wasting his time in there. What on earth could he be trying to find? There is nothing of interest there anymore.
You are a bastard.
So, now we got the cemetery key. It cannot be dropped. And it's forced to do this because this gives us a new objective. Cedric is a traitor and an assassin, therefore he deserves to die. Put him out of his misery. So, Cedric is not existing yet. However, if we go to the cemetery and kill Duncan, which Rowena told us to do, then Cedric will appear outside the entrance to the Gate of Hell, and Cedric carries the key of Alastor, which is the only way we can get into that crypt. So even though Duncan's ghost is not in the objective and will be a bust to ghost again to kill, we need to do that in order to get to this one. So it's a forced bust by story and objective. So it's an easier one to take. Let's see. So to get to the cemetery, which is down here, I'm going to take a little bit of an unconventional route. I don't want to use the cemetery key because it disappears and it leaves the cemetery doors unlocked. And it's also very difficult to get through this front gate area or front yard area because of the high alert that the guards are on right now. So I'm going to take a method that probably is not possible in Old Dark. In the Old Dark engine. But I don't really care. We're gonna have to do that. Okay, we're gonna have to go back this way and back through the... No, wait, yeah. We're gonna have to return the scroll to the yellow room. I forgot about that. I should have done that when I came out of Rowena's room, but hey. It's a lot to keep track of. We're gonna go back into Rowena's room anyway to go back down to kill Cedric, so... we can do it then. We just gotta remember to. Oh. Okay. Look, those doors open. We can leave those open for now. That's not a problem. Leave the scouting orb up there. Mantle up here. There. This is the best place to mantle up. It's easy to access, and it's totally out of view of any enemies. Now we're going to have to move a little bit slowly. Actually, I don't want to move that fast even. We'll take the scenic slow route. We can hear their alerts when we get a little bit closer. But for now, we're going to move like this. I just don't want to risk. I mean, not that we've taken a million first alerts already, but it's good to show the most supremable route for those areas that I would normally take if I was on a... So there is a stuck guard. See that? I don't think he's an issue. Don't think he's an issue at all. Nope. So we're not going to go in. Those two front guards there have broadhead arrows, by the way. But you can't take those unless you come from inside the manor. Oh, come on. There. Now, we can't kill Duncan's ghost in one overhead swing, even if he is unalerted. So what we're going to have to do is we're actually going to have to blackjack him, because he responds to the blackjack of all things. Which is something I actually learned when I read the information for the DML. Because I only implement DML if it doesn't change the ghosting experience. But he can be blackjacked. So that was fixed in the DML, and I don't want that. There, let's see here. So we want to blackjack him now. I don't know if that sound there was... No, see, that's a part of his idle chatter. If you do that, at least he doesn't alert to us. Still have to kill him, though. That we can do back here in this corner. Sort of out of the way. We have to use the Holy Sword to do that. Oh. One overhead swing and one side swing is enough to kill him. Now I just want to check here. Can't hear anybody being alerted here. If the guards are in this part of the yard and you kill him too close to the wall, they will hear it. But we're not going to do that. So we can pick open these two. some loot in there. Okay, the last piece of loot in the cemetery is back here. There. And then we have to head back. Let's see, can we do that here?
Don't think I don't see you.
No, there are some barriers here that are making it a little bit harder. I don't know if we can jump over to that statue. I don't think we can do it like this. Unfortunately, I think we have to go all the way around. There. Now on the way back, we can head down to the basement and take the treasure chest from Silas using his key. Don't think he hears anything in the guy in the distance. He's too far away. There, so that was a ghost bust, right? Because killing anything, even if it's just instructed in a readable. If there was an objective that said, follow all of Rowena's instructions, then that would be different, because then it said so in her readable. Don't want to get that first alert there.
What's there?
Maybe I can't avoid that. It's because of that guy being stuck.
Hello?
What?
What was
Why do I get that knock there? There we go. Got it. There. Didn't know he was right underneath.
What the?
Whoa.
Something there.
Did what?
Awesome.
Oh, it was the basement guard. That was up just for a second. Too eager, too eager. Silas's cache is just... It's just down the stairs, first door to the left, so... Silas's key disappears. And we can't close it, I think. No. Does not open. Alright, 73.49. That is the right amount that I have, so I... Yeah, something that I had registered wrong there on one of the amounts. Doesn't matter. Alright, let's make a real save. We are going to head back to the crypts now and find Cedric. We have to return the scroll on the way. Alright. Let's just wait then. So of course we have to now make it back through the mess hall. All that good stuff. Now this door disappears, of course. There. We are going to make it through the mess hall one more time when we end the mission, but for now, we're just going through the motions. We are headed... That was very loud. But I think we're too far away for anyone to hear it. We're just headed back to Rowena's room. Dropping off the scroll along the way here.
What's that?
Who's there?
That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna go up and tell him.
I like the fact that this mission is a mix of the Thief 2 Victorian-style mansion, but with elements of the Thief 1 mystical elements and undeads, and so you'll see a little bit more of that later, of course. But I do like that. I think that a lot of the classic favorites from this time period, the 2000 to 2005 era, had clear elements of both games. They sort of mixed the best of both worlds, I guess. So that one, I don't know if we can put it back exactly where it was, but that's very close, so we're good.
Cook said we might get stew today.
He should come from the left.
Real cow. Hope they save some. But the Baron gets to eat cows all the time. Not potato, potato, potato. Notice there's never any birds around anymore. Used to be birds singing in the
There.
morning.
So now we're headed sort of into the end game. So we're going to now meet Cedric. And that's an objective to kill. So that kill is going to be excused. Duncan's kill was not. But we have to, of course, kill Cedric without... without having him alert to us. So that is the biggest challenge there. That can be done. First I thought I had to do it by using a moss arrow, but we don't have to do that either. Here he is. We want to sneak out here as much as we can. We're going to make a real save here. And then we're going to draw our sword.
Once I get out of work here.
There. The first try.
Oh, yeah.
He did not
He's gone.
He did not alert at all there. not even first alert, and when we jumped, we hit him before we landed. So he was dead, and the objective ticked off even before we made a clang on the floor. Now we can take Alistair's key. I don't even know if we're supposed to... What are we supposed to do with this body? I guess I'm just going to put it in the dark. That would be the only logical thing. So now we have the key of Alistair.
Here we go.
Alrighty. So here we have Rowena's demons, I guess. Let's call this endgame. That's basically what it is. We're going to take a first alert from that guy right now. Cannot avoid that. It's one of the few inevitable first alerts that we're taking. Beyond all the... big busts for regular ghosts. So we have to head down here. This is the only demon, I think, that doesn't patrol and doesn't pivot. All the other ones turn around, so you can time them a little better. Or go when they're not looking. So here's a guy. Here's a statue. There's also a healing potion back here if you're looking for those things. I think we're going to wait for the other guy to come back and pass us. I think we're pretty safe here. We can always mantle up on the coffin if we need to. There's one piece of loot on each floor behind the, like 3 floors, I think. It's actually pretty good timing here. We need him to turn around. Okay, we got spotted there, I think, by this guy. Okay, I think we did that. And there are these convenient nooks here that we can hide in. So the next level is exactly the same. Slow here. We can take the statue and we can wait for the next patroller to come by. We can go through all these levels with only the first alert from the top floor. Maybe we should make a real save there just to be sure. So now guy patrolling down there that we want to sort of dodge. That guy. So he's the one who saw us there, so we're going to kind of follow him. So you need to turn around. That other guy there. Oh, okay. So that guy didn't. He needs to stay that way. There. That's how I did it last time too. If they're both turned away, then we can dodge it like that. Perfect. So there should be another statue behind this guy, and then there's the bottom level right below us. These guys are not too alert. They're like normal guards. They're not any more vigilant than anybody else. Here you have to go a little bit closer to the corner before you actually get dark. I'm gonna make a test site there. I think I can double back in time now. Hide if I need to. Okay. There we go. Good. Here's the silver nugget. We want to go this way here. That way takes you to another room that I'll show you later. We do not need to go there now at all. Okay, I think we're safe here. I believe so. Not sure. Safe here. Alrighty. Let's make another real save here. So this is a chamber that has 4 gates with stationary zombies behind it, 2 stationary demons by the main gate that takes you into Rowena's lair. You have a level underneath where there are like 3 or 4 patrolling zombies, and then you have this guy too. Each of these gates or cages have golden bones behind the gate. And we should be able to take those golden bones from the outside. If we do that, you can take it like that for 3 out of the 4. There's one of them that you can't take. So if There's a little bit of a magical area here that is dark. Darker, at least. Not too close to this wall. So these are worth 100 each. I think. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I think so. I think they're worth 100 each, yeah. This one right here, see, it does not highlight, and it doesn't highlight from the other side either. I have not found a way to reach that. So we have to actually open the gate, which yields a first alert, unfortunately. But then you can reach in and take it pretty easily. So that 100 there, I would have skipped for Supreme. The other two remaining ones you can take for Supreme. Now, in order to get into that gate, normally, you have to nudge one of the guards out a little bit and then open the door, and then you get first alerts when that happens also. Wow. He sees that. I need to make it in time back here. Which can be a little bit tough. Oh, I don't know who saw me there. It's tough to find the areas that are dark versus light here. In this room. So that's the zombies that open and close some gates below us. Respawn. Usually looks like you have to walk closer. Here's a ladder up to a ledge. Here we can walk by pretty easily like this. And then this one we should also be able to take through. So that actually reaches our loot goal of 8,024. Check that off. So we're not going to go through that gate there. Because we need to nudge, and that's the last resort. So engine exploits are last resort for regular Ghost, disallowed for... oh, wow. Disallowed for Supreme. Here we have a gate that we can actually just lean through. Very easy. open. So that's meant to be the exit, but you can easily open that from the outside. Here's a flash bomb. Down here we see the tomb of some sort. That's actually the seal of the sleeper there. That's where Rowena used to sleep. But they took it off, and then she woke up. So here we have the final chamber. There we have Rowena, and we have Isabella on the table. So we don't want to have any first alerts here. We're of course going to have to kill her, and that's our next job. Now, it's not going to be that easy. She goes down with one overhead swing if she's unalerted, but she will spawn 2 or 3 of her other versions of her. Some of which are apparition-like, some of which are zombie-like. I think there's a total of 7 we have to kill, so 6 more besides her. We have to kill all of them in order to complete the objective. So killing them is excused, but not getting alerted in the process is not excused. So we're going to take tons and tons of busts here. All of the demons in the cages here are also going to see us, but once Rowena is dead, all of the demons will die too. So it kind of is a moot point that they've seen us when they die, although it is against the rules. So everybody that we are killing are forced by the objectives. The only bust really that involves alerts to people that won't die is the explosive barrel. That's really the only one. Okay, we don't want to do that. This is the gate for the main, the lever for the main gate. So we're going to simply sneak up to her and then hit her and get on with things. So what I do, I usually run in behind one of these pillars here because they're dark, and then I can sort of do sneak attacks. We don't want to take any damage during this. And when the next to last version dies, Isabella will wake up. So she will hear some of the fights and alert, but I don't want her to see us either. We have to bring her out, so we have to blackjack her, which is another reason why the blackjack is important and necessary to take. Alright. Save it there instead. Okay, let's go.
Your feet. I see you. Now stand in the open. Block me not. Death awaits thee.
Oh, don't want to do that.
Let's see how thou bleedest.
All ready to die?
Let's see how thou bleedest.
All ready to die?
Block me.
I don't want them to shoot because that alerts everybody else around too.
Let's see how thou bleedest. Block me not. Death awaits thee. Let's see. Thou art caught, thief.
All ready to die?
Let.
Who's there?
Oh, okay. So the last one will spawn over here. We gonna get her over here.
I've seen thee. Hide if you stop. Thou art.
There, the objective checks off before she actually dies. That's a bug, I think. And now all the demons died as well. And then Isabella hears that blow. But we want to knock her out. That's excused because the objective says take Lady Isabella out of the mansion. So when she is hostile to us, then she doesn't know us, obviously. That implies and means we have to knock her out to bring her out. Same as a kidnap objective, right? Okay. So that, we didn't take any damage, and we killed, I think, 7 versions of Rowena. Let's see. There's nothing else to do down here for now. Let's bring her up here for now. Bring her up here so she's in the dark. Okay. We're gonna go in back here, and I think we want to go this way. Yeah, it's a very, very strange area here. There are 2 stationary zombies down here that do not get killed. And they're sort of guarding a pool of acid if you drop down in the middle of the ritual chamber. So this is blood. It's supposed to be. You can see the blood marks from all the sacrifices. It's not acid. It doesn't hurt you. And there are 2 zombies here. There's also a red key here. There. So that key is actually very important. You have to take that for Supreme because it leads to loot that if you didn't take it would lower your loot total by a lot. But if we return that key, we're going to second alert the zombies. So we can't return that key, but that's actually one of the few keys that can be returned. Most of the keys in this mission will either disappear upon use, or they are not droppable. I'm gonna go this way now. There's nothing else. So now we got the objective. Don't let Lady Isabella die. That added to the end there. Because we found out that she was... So that usually comes when you enter through here. Because you're not supposed to take the... you're supposed to climb down to the lower level, which I'll show you the back entrance with, and that comes in here. And then you get that objective. Because you realize that Isabella is not dead yet. So that's the whole purpose there. Let's see. So we want to go this way. Okay. This is an area between the 2 main gates. And over here is a torque worth 150, total 8174. And here is the seal of the sleeper and the healing potion as well. See that area from above. Here's a gold nugget. Okay, so now we come into the area below where we were earlier. Here are 3 patrolling zombies. We want to follow the last one. These are very close together, which is excellent. Now we can get spotted down here from the patroller upstairs and from the cage zombies. Heard me step on the metal, I think. There might be one of the zombies upstairs that is alerted from the fights. We want to follow him in there. So we want to take the chapel, use the chapel key now. There, and then Horn of Quintus is here. And there is a... Okay, we're gonna wait for the next round then, I guess. The Horn of Quintus is worth 300, and those 2 golden skulls is worth 150 each. So that's 88.74. And then we found the last secret. And that secret opens a panel here. It slides it forward. And you find a rug here. Okay, we can't. That's worth... Oh. Oh, okay. Alright, we might have to wait a little bit here. Going back in here because I want to close up that secret, right? And lock up the door to the Horn of Quintus tomb area. Quicker. There we go. Some people have reacted to me, if you bump into guards as they're patrolling or they bump into you, is that an exploit? Isn't that nudging? No, that's not nudging. Nudging is someone stationary that you're pushing in order to reach an area that isn't reachable. That's what nudging really is. So if they bump into you, you don't maybe want that to be... want that to happen, but it's not an exploit. I don't like to do it just because of immersion, but or it breaks immersion. now... we have only one piece of loot left. And we have Isabella to bring out. So that we can do here. Let me check. Yeah, we are missing 50. Cemetery key we can't drop. Garden key we can't drop. Rowena key we can. Chapel key we can't drop. This key we can drop. But like I said, I'm going to keep hold on to it because I will alert the zombies if I return it. I can return it somewhere else, but... I'd rather hang on to it, to be honest. Let's see, so here, we actually have to drop that body here. Because we can't drop it, it's too low to drop it here. So the demons are dead, but the zombies are not. Not sure why that is. How do they see me there? I should be... You're not... You're not more visible, are you, when you carry somebody? Didn't think so. You're just slower. Alright, then we start on the long trek back. So now you're going to see and probably hear some alerts, and that's just from the demons dying. Here. When you get into their proximity and look in their direction, the engine turns on, and they give a sound when they die. So that's what it is. It's not an alert. Let's drop her here. So this room is the one I didn't show you. There was a stationary demon here that turns around. And there is a piece of loot, 9,074. That's max loot. And here we have poor Lenny. And he has the front door key, which we're not going to take. Don't need it. That was probably the last demon you guys heard that fell over. That guy up there. So let me know what you guys think of this mission overall. You know, maybe... And let me know if you play this way back when it was released. I don't think there's many active members of the community that's been around since this was released. I have. I was exposed to fan missions probably in 2002, 2003. And this came out in 2003, I believe. But I don't remember it coming out, and I wasn't sort of following new releases or anything like that. I was just looking at review sites and picking some of the missions that was well reviewed. Some of them I agreed with, some of them I didn't. One mission I very much agreed with the hype of was, of course, the Calendar missions, Calendar Cistern and Legacy, which I've showcased on the channel. One that I remember I played way back in the day was one called Equilibrium, where enemies are portrayed in a similar way to the way enemies portray Garrett or observe Garrett. Enemies were very fast moving and they were almost invisible. You could see them, but it was almost... So that concept was cool, but I didn't like the mission overall, I remember. But I don't know. Now, 20 years later, maybe I would appreciate that mission more. So thought about maybe checking that out. Let me know if you guys think Equilibrium would be a good one to showcase. I don't know if it has any ghostly challenges or anything like that. I was not ghosting at that time. So now we're back in Rowena's room, and look at her portrait. This is just so creepy. I didn't notice this the first time I played it. I only noticed it on my ghost run. So it's on fire, and she's crying blood and bleeding. Let's see. Alright. So what I'm going to do now is actually show you a hidden objective.
That noise.
And we don't have to worry about
Nothing.
Supreme
Who'd be
or
stupid enough
Ghost,
to
because
break
we are
in
not
here?
doing this for either of those modes. But I want to show you everything, and it's an objective that is hinted to in this objective that will just successfully complete if we end the mission without killing him.
Hello? Come out where I can. Hello? Anyone there?
So this is Lieutenant Wilson. We're gonna bring him with us.
Hello? Nothing, I guess.
Someone making noise?
Don't need to worry about this, really.
As soon as I find you, you're dead.
We're gonna head in here.
Who's there? Who are you? Thief! Go after him!
There. Because if you place both Lieutenant Wilson and Lady Lucretia in the bed, you don't have to actually put them in bed, but if you walk up there with them, then you get a hidden objective. Which is, you are quite romantic, aren't you? There's a little reward for you. And when you do that, this cabinet opens, and there are 2 water arrows and a holy water vial. So, obviously not possible for Ghost or Supreme, because you will end up having to knock these out, and that's not instructed in any objectives. But there you have it. Luckily, it doesn't even show up. So if it isn't in the task lists, then you don't have... Oh. Not sure what happened there, but you don't have to do it for any mode. So... So we just have to take her back now through the... Isabella out through the basement, which we've done it a few times before. So yeah, it's been a long mission, this. Is he gonna come through here, or is he gonna come through? No, it goes the other way. Nobody's here. Oh, whoa.
Uniforms are better. They got clean little boots and nice gold trim.
We have to also deal with the mess hall situation again, but I think that should be too big of a deal, should it?
What's that I...
Closer here.
Is that you? What's that I...
Man. Man. There we go. The key when doing those moves is just not to go too fast. Their peripheral vision is pretty poor if you go slow. And I mean, for Ghost, you can basically just run past somebody if the angle is wide enough. No. Up in here, I think we have to do this in 2 rounds. We might not be able to drop the body inside the mess hall either, because you might hear that. His hearing is pretty good.
I surrender.
Alright, now did I mess it up? Now yeah, I did mess it up there. I saved too close to her going out.
What's that?
So that he heard. I don't know if I can block it that quickly. I might just have to... No. Got it there.
The dang bastards all busted apart.
does hear that drop there, so we can't do that.
Done for the...
And he hears us walking, too. This will work because maybe that guard would see the body. Alright, everybody decided to come this way. Right now. They're sensing something is up.
Hey!
Oh, whoa. So let me know what you guys think about this mission overall. I think it's for the time, it's very good. It does have some issues that I might have touched on during the playthrough, and I'll discuss a little bit after, but those issues wasn't as much of an issue when it was made as it is maybe today, but that's really not this mission's fault, so I'll get into that afterwards. Tough jump this, but there we go. So now we just have to drop on the south side, right? The biggest problem the mission has is the key hunt, and the fact that the whole mission is just decided. The order of things you have to do is just decided by what keys you have, and Lady Rowena sort of directs you where to go. By giving you certain keys at certain times.
Hear that?
Shouldn't need to make that noise there. Can drop very carefully here.
Sir, was that you?
I'm gonna reload, but I just wanted to double check.
No, well, guess it was nothing.
Yeah. There we are. Okay, so long on this. That was after all this, that was still a failed ghost attempt for Rowena's curse. This mission is unghostable, and there are several very, very clear ghost busts. I'll talk about that. The time was 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 10 seconds, which is a very long actual play time. We found 9,074 loot out of 9,074, so it, It is a failed perfect thief attempt, I guess I should say. Pockets picked 6 out of 13. Locks picked 22. Backstabs 4. Knockouts 2. Damage dealt 227. And damage taken 0. Healing taken 0. Innocents killed none and others killed 11. I got the same number when I did my practice ghost run. And I didn't understand that because we killed Duncan and Cedric, and then we killed, I believe it was 7 versions of Rowena, which should only make it 9. So I'm not sure why there's 2 extras there. All the demons die, and maybe 2 of those are counted. I don't really know, but no Iron Beast restored or disabled, and bodies discovered by enemies 1. And we found all 8 secrets. I do think that 2 or 3 of those are not possible for Supreme. Or maybe they are. I can't remember that, but let's go through it here. So there are 3 or 4 rather busts for Ghost that you have to take. First, we alerted both of the dungeon guards and many of the guards upstairs, primarily in the front yard, to hunt mode when we blew up the explosive barrel in the dungeon. That's a ghost bust. Whether you want to count that as 1, since it's 1 incident, or many, because there are many guards, I'm not sure. There isn't really a hard and fast rule on that. We also had to kill Duncan's ghost in the cemetery. We had to do that in order to proceed with the story. Cedric doesn't show up down in the crypt until you've done that. So you can't trigger the next part, which is a necessary story element, which gives you the Alistor key. So we managed to kill Duncan without him alerting us, because you can knock him out. And but it's not directed in the objectives to kill him, although it's heavily implied by Rowena's letters, but that doesn't excuse it. That counted as 40 damage dealt and 2 backstabs, I think. Yeah. And then we also alerted all the demons and Rowena's versions in her ritual chamber when we fought her, and all the her undead versions. I'm not sure if it's all her or only the last one is her. I'm not sure. And I was spotted by all of them, and the demon saw me and heard me, so big ghost busts for that one. And then also Isabella wakes up before the last version of Rowena is killed, so she hears that and also alerts the second level. So that could maybe be a separate 4th ghost bust there. Then we have a bunch of Supreme busts that are forced, in addition to those that I just mentioned. We got 2 first alerts when we picked the lock on the basement door in the turbine room. Those are Supreme busts. We got 1 for picking the lock, and 1 from another guard that hears the first guard alert. So those 2 closest guards you can't avoid. We also next had to nudge that guard away, which is a last resort, okay for Ghost, but not allowed for Supreme, in order to pass. And then the next Supreme bust we took, we had to douse 2 torches and use 1 moss arrow in the dungeon in order to blow up the barrel. That also spawned 2 first alerts, 1 from either of those guards down there, both of them. So those are all Supreme busts. We also had to nudge that dungeon guard out of the way so that he wouldn't get killed from the blast. That is allowed also for regular Ghost, and you have to do that for regular Ghost too. Next, we took a first alert when we returned to the mansion from the dungeon, because we closed the door to the inner courtyard, and the stationary guard there heard the door closing. He doesn't hear the door open because you unlock it. When you unlock something with the door, they don't hear it. But when you close the door, they do. Then you also have to take a first alert from the spider in the cave below. I think it's the blue room, is it? In the flooded cave, I think it's the blue room you have to go underneath. That only leads to loot, but you won't be able to get to the loot goal if you don't take that. So I took one first alert going in and one coming out. So 2 there. We also got a first alert from the first demon after the gate to hell. That demon will see you. It's stationary, it doesn't turn, so inevitable. And I also couldn't return the red key below the ritual chamber for Rowena. You have to take it because taking all the loot in the Horn of Quintus area and that tomb will also, if you skip all that, it'll also bring you down below. So I hung on to the key, I didn't return it. You can, of course, return it somewhere else, but you cannot abide by the requirement of returning it to where it was. So that's all the Supreme busts. Now, we also took a whole bunch of loot that I wouldn't have taken for Supreme. So all that is, you should really skip the purse with 100 in the basement storage room. We didn't, because when you pick the lock on the footlocker there, the spider hears it. There's another nugget worth 50 in Lizette's room for Supreme, because you have to turn off the lights to go in there. That's in a secret area, so that's a secret you can't get for Supreme, right? There's also a purse in a reading nook east of the front entrance that you get a first alert from one of the stationary foyer guards. So that one is 100 more. Also, all the loot in the northwest barracks, because opening the door there will trigger a first alert from the stationary guard outside. So that's 3 coin stacks and a purse in there. Let's see. Oh, you're right. Or you know what? I did get a first alert going down to the Dungeon 2 for Supreme. We get a first alert from... I think so, at least, didn't we? Or no. No, we did not, because we used the guard, the station, or the patrolling archer. So we didn't get that first alert. I had that in my notes, but because I wasn't able to avoid that on my test run, but I was able to now. So yes, that one we were able to avoid. We had to skip one of the candlesticks worth 50 in the chapel for Supreme, the one on the east side, I think, because the stationary guard hears it. And you also should skip the ring in the sacristy for Supreme, because picking the lock will yield a first alert from the same guard in the chapel, even if the door is closed. So I took both of those. There's also a golden bone in the southwest cage outside Rowena's ritual chamber that you have to skip. That's the only golden bone that you can't take without having to open the gate, and that yields a first alert from that skeleton there, or from the zombie rather. All right, and that's it, I think. So that is a total of. So you have to skip 1965 for Supreme, and that will bring you far, far below 8,000. It'll be closer to 7,000. So I chose to take the 300 in gems in the Spider Caves and the 750 in the Horn of Quintus area. So then you only skip 1,015, and you will then end up with 8159. That's the max you can get for Supreme, but since we were busting galore in this mission, I decided to take it all. But 8159 is the max for Supreme if you are super strict with the rules there. Alright, I think that's it. Let me know if there's anything else you noticed. If you stuck with me to the end, and especially if you were here for the premiere, thank you so much for your support and for staying with what I think is almost, well, probably over 6 hours. I'm not sure how long it is in total, but it's a lot. I really appreciate it. The next mission is going to be Rogues Lair by Vegetables, which is a cool mission. I have played it, I haven't ghosted it, but I'm planning on doing that and not waiting as long for the upcoming missions as I have in the past. So, yeah, that's it for me tonight. I am going to go to bed. So, at least when I'm recording this, I'm not sure when I'm going to actually show it. But all right, thank you, and stay safe, guys. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.